Hello aviators, this is Northeast Aviation Pro, and today's video is going to be on Airframe Written Study Guide. Let's begin. Water and Waste Systems Chapter. What are the components used to heat water supply lines and wastewater tanks? Heater blankets and inline heaters. The wastewater tanks hold gray water. End of Waste and Waste Systems. Rotorcraft Fundamentals Chapter. Movement about the longitudinal axis roll in a helicopter is affected by movement of the cyclic pitch control. Other than the manufacturer maintenance manual, what other document could be used to determine the primary flight control surface deflection for an imported aircraft that is reassembled after shipment? Aircraft Type Certificate Datasheet. Wing dihedral, a rigging consideration on most airplanes of conventional design, contributes most to stability of the airplane about its longitudinal axis. If a single rotor helicopter is in forward horizontal flight, the angle of attack of the advancing blade is less than the retreating blade. The vertical flight of a helicopter is controlled by collective pitch changes. Main rotor blades that do not cone by the same amount during rotation are said to be out of track. A helicopter in forward flight cruise configuration changes direction by tilting the main rotor disc in the desired direction. The purpose in checking the main rotor blade tracking is to determine the relative position of the blades during rotation. The auxiliary tail rotor of a helicopter permits the pilot to compensate for and/or accomplish which of the following: torque and directional control. Movement about the lateral axis pitch in a helicopter is affected by the movement of the cyclic pitch control. One purpose of the freewheeling unit required between the engine and the helicopter transmission is to automatically disengage the rotor from the engine in case of an engine failure. What is the purpose of the freewheeling unit in a helicopter drive system? It disengages the engine from the main rotor when the engine RPM is less than the rotor RPM. In a hovering helicopter equipped with a tail rotor, directional control is maintained by varying the pitch of the tail rotor blades. A reduction in the anti-torque thrust will cause the tail to pivot in the direction of torque rotation around the main rotor axis. In rotorcraft, external loading, the ideal locations of the cargo release is where the line of action passes through the center of gravity at all times. Which statement is correct concerning torque effect on helicopters? Torque direction is the opposite of rotor blade rotation. End of Rotorcraft Fundamentals. Aircraft Fire Protections Chapter. The types of fire extinguishing agents for aircraft interior fires are water, carbon dioxide, dry chemical, and halogenated hydrocarbons. When air samples contain carbon monoxide, portable carbon monoxide detectors containing yellow silica gel will turn which color? Green. In what areas of aircraft would you find a carbon monoxide detector? Cabin and cockpit. Maintenance of fire detection systems includes the replacement of damaged sensing elements. The thermocouple fire warning system is activated by a rate of temperature rise. Which of the following is true? In reference to aircraft fire extinguishing systems, number 1, during removal or installation, the terminals of discharge cartridges should be grounded or shorted. That is true. Number 2, before connecting cartridge terminals to the electrical system, the system should be checked with a voltmeter to see that no voltage exists at the terminal connections. Both number 1 and number 2 are true. A carbon dioxide CO2 handheld fire extinguisher may be used on an electrical fire if the horn is non-metallic. A thermocouple is a fire detection system. A thermocouple in a fire detection system causes the warning system to operate because it generates a small current when heated. The proper fire extinguishing agent to use on aircraft break fire is dry powder chemical. Which of the following are fire precautions which must be observed when working on an oxygen system? Display no smoking placards, provide adequate firefighting equipment, keep all tools and oxygen servicing equipment free from oil or grease, and avoid checking aircraft radio or electrical systems. What is the color code for fire extinguisher lines? Brown. The most common cause of false fire warnings in continuous loop fire detection systems is dents, kinks, or crushed sensor sections. Smoke detectors that use a measurement of light transmittability in the air are called photoelectric devices. When used in fire detection systems having a single indicator light, thermal switches are wired in parallel with each other and in series with the light. Built-in aircraft fire extinguishing systems are ordinarily charged with halogenated hydrocarbons and nitrogen. On a periodic check of fire extinguisher containers, the pressure was not between minimum and maximum limits. What procedure should be followed? Replace the extinguisher container. Light refraction smoke detectors are activated when the detector senses light reflected from smoke particles passing through a chamber. In some fire extinguishing systems, evidence that the system has been intentionally discharged is indicated by the absence of a yellow disc on the side of the fuselage. Why does the Fenwal fire detection system use spot detectors wired parallel between two separate circuits? A short may exist in either circuit without causing a false fire warning. Smoke detection instruments are classified by their method of detection. A fire extinguisher container can be checked to determine its charge by weighing the container and its contents. A squib, as used in a fire protection system, is a device for causing the fire extinguishing agent to be released. What method is used to detect the thermal discharge of a built-in fire extinguishing system? A rupture of the red plastic disc in the thermal discharge line. Which fire extinguishing agent is considered to be the least toxic? Halon 1301. Smoke in the cargo or baggage compartment of an aircraft is commonly detected by which instrument? Photoelectric cell. Which fire detection system measures temperature rise compared to a reference temperature? Thermocouple. A contaminated carbon monoxide portable test unit may be returned to service by removing the indicating element and installing a new indicating element. If a fire extinguisher cartridge is removed from a discharge valve, it should be used only on the original discharge valve assembly. The thermal switches of a bimetallic thermal switch type fire detection single loop system are heat-sensitive units that complete circuits at certain temperatures. They are connected in parallel with each other, but in series with the indicator light. What occurs when a visual smoke detector is activated? A lamp within the indicator illuminates automatically. End of aircraft fire protections. Start of ice and rain control systems. What is used as a temperature sensing element in an electrically heated windshield? Thermistor. Which of the following are found in a laminated integral electrically heated windshield system? Auto transformer, heat control relay, heat control toggle switch, and indicating light. What is one check for proper operation of a pitot tube heater after replacement? Ammeter reading. Where are the heating elements located on most aircraft with electrically heated windshields? Laminated in the glass. Arcing in an electrically heated windshield panel usually indicates a breakdown in the conductive coating. What system component aids in the prevention of carburetor icing? Air diverter butterfly. What mixture may be used as a de-icing fluid to remove frost from an aircraft surface? Ethylene glycol and isopropyl alcohol. Which of the following regulates the vacuum of the air pump to hold the de-icing boots deflated when the pneumatic de-icing system is off? Suction relief valve. Why should a chemical rain repellent not be used on a dry windshield? It will restrict visibility. Which of the following connects vacuum to the de-icer boots when the system is not in operation to hold the boots tightly against the leading edges in flight? Distributor valve. What maintains normal windshield temperature control in an electrically heated windshield system? Thermistors. Some aircraft are protected against airframe icing by heating the leading edges of the airfoils and intake ducts. When is this type of anti-ice system usually operated during flight? Whenever icing conditions are first encountered or expected to occur. What may be used to clean de-icer boots? Soap and water. Prior to installation of a pneumatic surface bonded type de-icer boots on the leading edge of the wing, you should remove all paint from the area to be covered by the de-icer boot. What is the purpose of the distributor valve in a de-icing system utilizing de-icer boots? To sequence the de-icer boot's inflations symmetrically. Which of the following indications occur during a normal operational check of a pneumatic de-icer system? Fluctuating readings on the pressure gauge and relatively steady readings on the vacuum gauge. What controls the inflation sequence in a pneumatic de-icer boot system? Distributor valve. Why are the tubes in de-icer boots alternately inflated? Alternate inflation of de-icer boot tubes keeps this disruptance of the airflow to a minimum. What are three methods of anti-icing aircraft windshields? An electric heating element in the windshield, a heated air circulating system, and windshield wipers and anti-icing fluid. What is the source of pressure for inflating de-icer boots on a reciprocating engine aircraft? Vane type pump. What is the principal characteristic of a windshield pneumatic rain removal system? An air blast forms a barrier that prevents raindrops from striking the windshield surface. What icing condition may occur when there is no visible moisture present? Carburetor ice. How do de-icer boots help remove ice accumulation? By breaking up ice formations. What is the purpose of the oil separator in the pneumatic de-icing system? To protect the de-icer boots from oil deterioration. What method is usually employed to control the temperature of an anti-icing system using surface combustion heaters? Thermocycling switches. Two possible sources of heat for the operation of a wing thermal anti-icing system are compressor bleed air and aircraft electrical system. Which of the following is the best means to use when removing wet snow from an aircraft? A brush or a squeegee? What should be used to melt the ice in a turbine engine if the compressor is immobile because of ice? Hot air. End of ice and rain control systems. Aircraft electrical systems. A CSD unit drives a generator through the use of a variable hydraulic pump and hydraulic motor. When DC generators are operated in parallel to supply power for a single load, their controls include an equalizer circuit to assure that all generators share the load equally. The equalizer circuit operates by increasing the output of the low generator and decreasing the output of the high generator until they are equal. The circuit breaker in the instrument lighting system protects the wiring from too much current. The major advantages of alternating current AC over direct current DC is the fact that its current and voltage can easily be increased or decreased by means of a transformer. What is the advantage of a current limiter? It will take overload for a short period. What type of instrument is used for measuring very high values of resistance? Megometer. When necessary during operation, CSD disconnect is usually accomplished by a switch in the cockpit. How does the magnetic brake used to stop rotation of an electric motor armature operate? A friction brake is applied by a spring and released by a magnet. If the positive terminal of a voltmeter is connected to the negative terminal of the source voltage and the negative terminal of the meter is connected to the positive terminal of the source voltage, the voltmeter will read backwards. Circuits that must be operated only in an emergency or whose inadvertent activation could endanger a system frequently employ guarded switches. The inductor type inverter output voltage is controlled by the DC stator field current. A battery generator system provides direct current. On installations requiring alternating current from the battery generator system, it is necessary to have an inverter. The starting current of a series-wound DC motor is passing through both the field and armature windings, produces a high starting torque. What protection to wires and cables does conduit provide when used in aircraft installations? Mechanical. If the integrated drive generator IDG scavenged oil filter is contaminated with metal, you should remove and replace the IDG. How can it be determined if a transformer winding has some of its turns shorted together? The transformer will get hot in normal operation. If it is necessary to use an electrical connector where it may be exposed to moisture, the mechanic should use a special moisture-proof type. When approved, splices may be used to repair manufactured harnesses or installed wiring. The maximum number of splices permitted between any two connectors is 1. An aircraft electrical circuit control relay is an electronically operated switch. Which statement relating to electric wiring is true? When attaching a terminal to the end of the electric cable, it should be determined that the strength of the cable to terminal joint is at least equal to the tensile strength of the cable itself. The voltage output of an alternator may be regulated by controlling the voltage output of the DC exciter. Microswitches are used primarily as limit switches to control electrical units automatically. In aircraft electrical systems, automatic reset circuit breakers should not be used as circuit protective devices. A circuit breaker is installed in an aircraft electrical system primarily to protect the circuit and should be located as close to the source as possible. A series-wound DC electric motor will normally require more current at low RPM than at high RPM. When using the voltage drop method of checking circuit resistance, the input voltage must be maintained at a constant value. The poles of a generator are laminated to reduce eddy current losses. The type of electric wire terminals used for most aircraft applications, in addition to providing good current carrying capabilities, are designed primarily to prevent circuit failure due to terminal disconnection. If installations where the ammeter is in the generator or alternator lead and the regulator system does not limit the maximum current that the generator or alternator can deliver, the ammeter can be redlined at what percent of the generator or alternator rating. 100%. The voltage in an AC transformer secondary that contains twice as many loops as the primary will be greater and the amperage less than in the primary. Greater and the amperage less than in the primary. In an AC circuit with no phase lead or lag, which is true? Real power equals apparent power. Which of these statements is true? Number 1. There are 3 basic types of DC motors: series, shunt, and compound. That is true. Number 2. In the series motor, the field windings, consisting of relatively few turns of heavy wire, are connected in series with the armature winding. That is true. A CSD unit that is disconnected in flight due to a malfunction such as overtemperature may be reconnected only on the ground by maintenance personnel. An ammeter in the battery charging system is for the purpose of indicating the rate of current used to charge the battery. What does a rectifier do? Changes alternating current into direct current. The rotor in an auto-syn remote indicating system uses an electromagnet. If any one generator in a 24-volt DC system shows low voltage, the most likely cause is an out-of-adjustment voltage regulator. How are generators rated? Amperes at rated voltage. The nav lights of some aircraft consist of a single circuit controlled by a single switch, which has an on position and an off position with no additional positions possible. This switch is referred to as single pole, single throw, SPST 2-position switch. Aluminum wire must be stripped very carefully because individual strands will break easily after being nicked. One advantage of using AC electrical power in aircraft is greater ease in stepping the voltage up or down. Which of the following are some uses for a DC Selson system? Indicate the position of retractable landing gear, cowl flaps position, cooler door position, fuel quantity, and position of wing flaps. The strength of the core of an electromagnet depends upon the materials from which it is constructed and which of the following? The number of turns of wire in the coil and the amount of current, amperes passing through the coil. The pull pieces or shoes used in a DC generator are a part of the field assembly. What is the principal advantage of the series wound DC motor? High starting torque. What should be used to protect wires from chafing when they must pass through bulkheads, firewalls, ribs, etc.? A suitable grommet. What is the minimum bend radius for an electrical wire bundle? 10 times the outside diameter of the bundle. In the American wire gauge system of numbers used to designate electrical wire sizes, the number assigned to a size is related to its cross-sectional area. The commutator of a generator changes alternating current produced in the armature into direct current as it is taken from the armature. What is the advantage of a circuit breaker when compared to a fuse? It is resettable and reusable. The pin sections of an AN-MS connector is normally installed on the ground side of the circuit. If the reverse current cutout relay contact points fail to open after the generator output has dropped below battery potential, current will flow through the generator armature opposite the normal direction and through the shunt field in the normal direction. Which of the following is most likely to cause thermal runaway in a nickel-cadmium battery? Excessive current draw from the battery. To help minimize radio interference, a capacitor will largely eliminate and provide a steady direct current if the capacitor is connected to the generator in parallel. If one switch is used to control all navigation lights, the lights are most likely connected parallel to each other and in series with the switch. What kind of switch should you install in a single wire circuit that required the switch to be manually held in the on position? Single pole, single throw, SPST, 2 position, normally open, NO. What is the frequency of an alternator dependent upon? RPM. How can the direction of rotation of a DC electrical motor be changed? Reverse the electrical connections to either the field or armature windings. What is the maximum amount of time a circuit can be in operation and still be an intermittent duty circuit? 2 minutes. The basic difference between an autosyn and magnesyn indicating system is the rotor. Aircraft electrical junction boxes located in the fire zone are usually constructed of stainless steel. When adding a rheostat to a light circuit to control the light intensity, it should be connected in series with the light. How should the splices be arranged if several are to be located in an electrical wire bundle? Staggered along the length of the bundle. When using an ohmmeter to check the continuity of a generator field coil, the coil should show very low resistance if it is a series field coil. The rotor in a magnesyn remote indicating system uses a permanent magnet. Which of the following must be accomplished when installing an anti-collision light? Install a switch independent of the position light switch. In troubleshooting an electrical circuit, if an ohmmeter is properly connected across a circuit component and some value of resistance is read, the component has continuity and is not open. A certain switch is described as a single pole double throw SPDT switch. The throw of a switch indicates the number of circuits each pole can complete through the switch. Major adjustments on equipment such as regulators, contactors, and inverters are best accomplished outside the airplane on a test bench with necessary instruments and equipment. Adjustment procedure should be as outlined by the equipment manufacturer. The only practical method of maintaining a constant voltage output from an aircraft generator under varying conditions of speed and load is to vary the strength of the magnetic field. Grounding is electrically connecting a conductive object to the primary structure. One purpose of grounding is to prevent development of radio frequency potentials. How many cycles of AC voltage are produced in a single pole alternator of the revolving field type for each revolution of the rotor? 3. What is the appropriate method for installing pre-insulated terminal lugs and splices to electric wires? Using a crimping tool to secure the terminal lug. What is normally used to bond non-continuous stainless steel aircraft components? Copper jumpers. Static inverters are electronic devices that change DC to AC with the use of an oscillator. A voltage regulator controls generator voltage by changing the resistance of the generator field circuit. How is a shunt-wound DC generator connected? Both fields are shunted across the armature. Which of the following copper electrical cable sizes should be selected to replace a number 6 aluminum electrical cable? Number 6. Integrated drive generators (IDG) employ a type of high-output AC generator that utilizes a brushless system to produce current. How should a voltmeter be connected? In parallel with the load. What is an important factor in selecting aircraft fuses? Capacity matches the need of the circuit. In a generator, what eliminates any possible sparking to the brush guides caused by the movement of the brushes within the holder? The brush pigtail. What is the ratio of turns between the primary coil winding and the secondary coil winding of a transformer designed to triple its input voltage? Primary will have 1/3 as many turns as its secondary. What is the color and orientation of the possible lights for navigation on civil airplanes? Left side red, right side green, rear aft white. The overvoltage control automatically protects the generator system when excessive voltage is present by opening the shunt field circuit. Some electric motors have 2 sets of field windings wound in opposite directions so that the motor can be operated in either direction. During inspection of the terminal strips of an aircraft electrical system, it should be determined that the terminal studs are anchored against the rotation. Electric wiring installed in aircraft without special enclosing means, open wiring, offers the advantage of ease of installation, simple maintenance, and reduced weight. When bundling open wiring, the bundle should be limited as to the number of cables to minimize damage from a single electric fault. When considering an alteration, the criteria upon which the selection of electric cable size should be based are current carrying capacity and allowable voltage drop. Which motor would be most likely to have an armature brake? Landing light retraction motor. Aircraft fuse capacity is rated in amperes. A voltage regulator controls generator output by varying current flow to generator field coil. If a generator is equipped with a vibrator type voltage regulator, the actual time the voltage regulator points remain open depends on the load carried by the generator. When handling a high voltage capacitor in an electrical circuit, be sure it is fully discharged before removing it from the circuit. Which of the following are considered circuit protective devices that are used in aircraft electrical systems? Circuit breakers, fuses, and current limiters. What is the most accurate type of frequency measuring instrument. Integrated circuit chip having a clock circuit. Electrical connectors used in aircraft assemblies should meet with which of the following specifications? Military Specifications MS. Electric wire terminals for most aircraft applications must be what type? Ring. What is the purpose of the selection of derated switches for known continuous load current applications? To obtain reasonable switch efficiency and service life. To test generator or motor armature windings for opens, place armature in a growler and connect a 110 volt test light on adjacent segments. Light should light. Certain transport aircraft use AC electrical power for all normal operation and battery-furnished DC electrical power for standby emergency use. In aircraft of this type that operate no DC generators, the batteries are kept charged by rectifiers, which use the aircraft's AC generators as a source of power. If a wire is installed so that it comes in contact with some moving parts, what protection should be given to the wire? Pass it through a conduit. Which of the following should be accomplished in the installation of aircraft wiring? Locate the bundle above flammable fluid lines and securely clamp to the structure. What is the cause of generator brush arcing? Low spring tension. Where is the generator rating and performance data located? Stamped on the generator data plate. Which of the following factors must be taken into consideration when determining the wire size to use for an aircraft installation? Allowable power loss, permissible voltage drop, current carrying capability of the conductor, type of load. One purpose of a growler test is to determine the presence of a shorted armature. What are the iron cores of most induction coils? Why are the iron cores of most induction coils laminated? To reduce the effects of eddy currents. Aircraft which operate only AC generators, alternators, as the primary source of electrical power normally provide current suitable for battery charging through the use of a step-down transformer and rectifier. Electric circuits are protected from overheating by fuses. Residual voltage is a result of magnetism in the field shoes. To what depth is the mica insulation between the commutator bars of a DC generator undercut? Equal to the width of the mica. What is required when operating two aircraft AC generators in parallel? Frequency and voltage must both be equal. The most common method of attaching a pin or socket to an individual wire in an MS electrical connector is by crimping. Which of the following are the major parts of a DC motor? Armature assembly, field assembly, brush assembly, and end frame. When a diode is checked for an open circuit or a short circuit, it should be disconnected from the circuit. During ground operation, aircraft generator cooling is usually accomplished by an integral fan. The method most often used in overcoming the effect of armature reaction is through the use of interpoles. The most common method of regulating the voltage output of a compound DC generator is to vary the current flowing through the shunt field coils. If the positive field lead between a generator and a generator control panel break and is shorted while the engine is running, a voltmeter connected to the generator output would indicate residual voltage. What is a method used for restoring generator field residual magnetism? Flash the fields. A circuit protection device called a current limiter is essentially a slow blow fuse and is designed to be used in heavy power circuits. Oil canning of the sides of aluminum or steel electrical junction boxes is considered to be a shorting hazard. If several long lengths of electrical cable are to be installed in a rigid conduit, the possibility of damage to the cable as it is pulled through the conduit will be reduced by dusting the cable with powdered soapstone. CSD generators are usually cooled by oil spray. The primary considerations when selecting electric cable size are current carrying capacity and allowable voltage drop. The purpose of a rectifier in an electrical system is to change alternating current to direct current. Which type of DC generator is not used as an airplane generator? Series wound. The nominal rating of electrical switches refers to continuous current rating with the contacts closed. Which of the following is not one of the purposes of interpoles in a generator? Reduce field strength. End of aircraft electrical systems. Alright guys, at this time I would like to thank you and give a shout out to my loyal supporters and fans out there. I hope you do great on your tests. Just keep listening to my videos. You definitely got this. Let's continue. Beginning of Aircraft Fuel Systems chapter. What is the purpose of a float-operated transmitter installed in a fuel tank? It sends an electric signal to the fuel quantity indicator. Pressure fueling of aircraft is usually accomplished through at least one single point connection. Here's an explanation. The manifold fuel system allows an aircraft to be fueled by the pressure fueling method. All of the tanks can be fueled at the same time through a single manifold. This reduces the fueling time, minimizes the chance of contamination, and minimizes the buildup of static electrical charges. Reference FAA-H-8083-31. Fuel is moved overboard in most fuel jettison systems by boost pumps. In an electrical type fuel quantity indicating system, the tank sensing unit is a capacitor. On a large aircraft pressure refueling system, a pressure refueling receptacle and control panel will permit one person to fuel or defuel any of the tanks on an aircraft. A fuel jettison system is required under certain conditions if the maximum takeoff weight exceeds the maximum landing weight. What regulations cover the requirement of fuel jettisoning? 14 CFR Part 23 and 25 and CAM 4B. What unit is generally used to actuate the fuel pressure warning system? Pressure sensitive mechanism. How many vents, arranged so that they are not likely to become plugged at the same time, must be used in multi-engine fuel systems? 2. Before fueling an aircraft, by using the pressure fueling method, what important precautions should be observed? The truck pump pressure must be correct for the refueling system. How is the outlet fuel pressure regulated on a submerged single-speed centrifugal type pump? By the pump's design and internal clearances. Which procedure must be followed when defueling aircraft with swept-back wings? Defuel the outboard wing tanks first. Explanation. Unless the service manual specifies otherwise, the outboard fuel tanks on the aircraft with swept-back wings should be defueled first. This procedure minimizes the twisting effect on the wing caused by the fuel being located behind the wing attachment points on the fuselage. Reference: FAA-H-8083-31. The location of leaks and defects within the internal portions of the fuel system can usually be determined by observing the pressure gauge and operating the selector valves. The primary purpose of an aircraft's fuel jettison system is to quickly achieve a lower landing weight. A digital fuel totalizer automatically indicates the amount of fuel used, fuel remaining, current rate of consumption, and fuel weight aboard at takeoff. The type of fuel boost pump that separates air and vapor from the fuel before it enters the line to the carburetor is the centrifugal type pump. The probe of a capacitance type fuel level gauge is essentially a capacitor with fuel and air acting as a dielectric. What type of fuel booster pump requires a pressure relief valve? Sliding vane. Which of the following statements is true? A fuel pressure gauge is not a differential pressure indicator. That's false. A fuel pressure gauge indicates the pressure of the fuel entering the carburetor. That is true. And for the third option, I will read it to you. A fuel pressure gauge indicates the pressure of the fuel entering the combustion chamber. That is false. If a bladder-type fuel tank is to be left empty for an extended period of time, the inside of the tank should be coated with a film of engine oil. Many fuel tanks incorporate blank valves to prevent fuel from flowing away from the boost pump or tank outlet when the aircraft is in a high G maneuver. The blank is a flapper valves. Flapper valves prevent fuel from flowing away from the boost pump. Which of the following statements is true? A fuel heater cannot use engine bleed air as a source of heat. False. A fuel heater can use engine lubricating oil as a source of heat. That is true. A fuel heater cannot use engine lubricating oil as a source of heat. That is false. Normal fuel crossfeed system operation in a multi-engine aircraft provides a means to maintain a balanced fuel load condition. How may the anti-knock characteristics of a fuel be improved? By adding a knock inhibitor. Entrained water in aviation turbine fuel is a hazard because of its susceptibility to freezing as it passes through the filters. What are common methods of preventing this hazard? Anti-icing fuel additives and fuel heater. How does temperature affect fuel weight? Cold fuel is heavier per gallon. Fuel jettisoning is usually accomplished through a common manifold and outlet in each wing. When defueling an aircraft, which of the following must be accomplished? Always defuel outside the hangar. Which of the following would be most useful to locate and troubleshoot an internal fuel leak in an aircraft fuel system? Maintenance manual diagrams and descriptions. An electrical type fuel quantity indicating system consists of an indicator in the flight deck and a float in the tank that moves a connecting arm to the wiper on a variable resistor in the tank. A fuel system must be designed to prevent fuel vapor ignition caused by lightning. What are the four general types of fuel quantity gauges? Sight glass, mechanical, electrical, and electronic. An aircraft's integral fuel tank is a part of the aircraft structure. Which of the following tests can be determined by an aviation gasoline's tendency to vapor lock? Read vapor pressure test. The presence of fuel stains around a fuel nozzle would indicate clogged fuel nozzle. When installing a rigid fuel line, half-inch in diameter, at what intervals should the line be supported? 16 inches. Why are jet fuels more susceptible to water contamination than aviation gasoline? Jet fuel has a higher viscosity than gasoline. Why are integral fuel tanks used in many large aircraft? To reduce weight. What markings must be placed on or near each appropriate fuel filler cover on standard category aircraft? The word avgas and the minimum fuel grade. When fuel quantity is measured in pounds instead of gallons, the measurement will be more accurate because fuel volume varies with temperature change. Which of the following would give the first positive indication that a change over from one fuel tank to another is needed? Fuel pressure warning. When inspecting a fuel system, the aviation mechanic should check all valves located downstream of boost pumps with the pumps operating. The use of turbine fuels in aircraft has resulted in some problems not normally associated with aviation gasolines. One of these problems is microbial contaminants. Aircraft pressure fueling systems instructional procedures are normally placarded on the fuel control panel access door. One advantage of electrical and electronic fuel quantity indicating system is that the indicator can be located any distance from the tanks. What is the purpose of the pump crossfeed valve? It allows operation of engines from one tank. A probe or a series of probes is used in which kind of fuel quantity indicating system? Capacitor. How many engine-driven fuel pumps per engine are required for engines requiring fuel pumps? One fuel pump for each engine. According to Part 23, what minimum required markings must be placed at or near each appropriate fuel filler cover for reciprocating engine-powered airplanes? The word avgas and the minimum fuel grade. Which of the following may be used for the repair of fuel leaks on most integral fuel tanks? Riveting and resealing. Explanation. Since an integral fuel tank is part of the aircraft structure, it is repaired by riveting and resealing the repaired area. Fuel boost pumps are operated to provide a positive flow of fuel to the engine. If it is necessary to enter an aircraft's fuel tank, which procedure should be avoided? Conduct the defueling and tank purging operation in an air-conditioned building. Which statement concerning an electronic capacitance type fuel quantity indicating system is true? It has no moving parts in the tank. Which of the following is employed to maintain lateral stability when jettisoning fuel? Two separate independent systems. Why is the main fuel strainer located at the lowest point of the fuel system? It traps any small amount of water that may be present in the fuel system. What is used in many aircraft to prevent bubbles in the fuel after it leaves the tank when atmospheric pressure is lower than the fuel vapor pressure? Boost pumps. Where is the fuel pressure taken for the pressure warning signal on most aircraft's engines? The fuel pressure line of the carburetor. The function of a fuel heater is to protect the engine fuel system from ice formation. Fuel baffles are installed in tanks to prevent surging. Surging is the answer. Caused by changes in the attitude of the aircraft. Surging. What precautions must be observed if a gravity-fed fuel system is permitted to supply fuel to an engine from more than one tank at a time? The tank airspaces must be interconnected. A typical large transport aircraft fuel manifold system allows which of the following? A damaged tank can be isolated from the rest of the fuel system. Which of the following statements is true? Gas turbine engine fuel systems are very susceptible to the formation of ice on the fuel filters. That is true. Let's look at the other possible answers. A fuel heater operates as a heat dispenser to cool the fuel. That is false. Gas turbine engine fuel systems are not susceptible to the formation of ice in the fuel filters. That is also false. Fuel jettisoning past the limits prescribed by FAA regs is usually prevented by dump limit valves or a low-level circuit. When inspecting a removable rigid fuel tank for leaks, what procedures should be followed? Pressurize the tank with air and brush with soapy water. What is the recommended practice for cleaning a fuel tank before welding? Steam cleaning the tank interior. Which of the following is necessary to effectively troubleshoot a fuel pressure warning system? The manufacturer's maintenance manuals. What is the minimum distance allowed between a fuel tank and the firewall separating the engine? 1/2 inch. What is the purpose of a fuel tank vent? To maintain atmospheric pressure. As a general rule, which statement is true regarding fuel leaks? Stains, seeps, and heavy seeps, in addition to running leaks, are considered flight hazards when located in an unvented area of the aircraft. Why is the capacitance fuel quantity indicating system more accurate in measuring fuel level than a mechanical type? It measures by weight instead of volume. What should be used to inert an integral fuel tank before attempting repairs? CO2, carbon dioxide. A transducer in a fuel pressure system serves what function? It converts fluid pressure directly through a transmitter to the indicator. The primary purpose of a fuel tank sump is to provide a place for contaminants and water to settle, with a drain valve to remove the impurities. To prevent vapor lock in fuel lines at high altitude, some aircraft are equipped with booster pumps. When moving the mixture control on a normally operating engine into the idle cutoff position, engine RPM should slightly increase before the engine starts to die. Microbial growth is produced by various forms of microorganisms that live and multiply in the water interfaces of jet fuels. Which of the following could result if microbial growth exists in a jet fuel tank? Interference with fuel flow, interference with fuel quantity indicators, and electrolytic corrosive action in a metal tank. Fuel heaters are used with fuel systems for turbine engines to prevent blank in the fuel from clogging system filters. Ice crystals. So let's read it again. Fuel heaters are used with fuel systems for turbine engines to prevent ice crystals in the fuel from clogging system filters. When an aircraft is fueled from a truck or fuel farm that has not been contaminated, daily draining of strainers and sumps is combined with periodic filter changes and inspection to ensure fuel is contaminant free. What can be done to eliminate or minimize the microbial growth problem in an aircraft jet fuel tank? Use anti-icing and antibacterial additives. Why is it necessary to vent all aircraft fuel tanks? To limit pressure differential between the tank and atmosphere. Which gas is used for purging an aircraft fuel tank? Carbon dioxide. A transmitter in a fuel pressure warning system serves what function? Converts fluid pressure to an electronic signal. What is the purpose of a flapper type check valve in integral fuel tanks? To prevent fuel from flowing away from the boost pumps. What method is used on turbine powered aircraft to determine when the condition of the fuel is approaching the danger of forming ice crystals? Fuel temperature indicator. One advantage of electrical and electronic fuel quantity indicating systems is that several fuel tank levels can be read on one indicator. Flapper valves are used in fuel tanks to act as check valves. The electronic type fuel quantity indicating system consists of a bridge circuit, an amplifier, an indicator, and a tank unit. Integral fuel tanks on transport aircraft are supported by the aircraft structure. The fuel jettison valve must be designed to allow flight personnel to close the valve at any time, and the fuel must discharge clear of the aircraft. What should be used to remove flux from an aluminum tank after welded repairs? 5% solution of nitric or sulfuric acid. Some turbine-powered aircraft have a fuel temperature indicator located in the flight deck to monitor the fuel temperature during high-altitude flight. A capacitance-type fuel quantity indicating system measures fuel in pounds. What is the dielectric, non-conducting material in a capacitance-type fuel quantity indicating system? fuel and air in the tank. The purpose of a diaphragm and a vane-type fuel pump is to compensate fuel pressures to altitude changes. A fuel pressure warning switch contacts close and warning light is turned on when the fuel pressure drops below specified limits. What unit would be adjusted to change the fuel pressure warning limits? The pressure-sensitive mechanism. Fuel system components must be bonded and grounded in order to drain off static charges. Select one means of controlling the fuel temperature on turbine-powered aircraft. Engine bleed air to a heat exchanger. What is the primary purpose of the cross-feed system? It allows any tank to supply fuel to any engine. Which of the following precautions is most important during refueling operations? Fuel to be used must be appropriately identified. What is the maximum vapor pressure allowable for an aircraft fuel? 7 psi. What is one disadvantage of using aromatic aviation fuels? It deteriorates rubber parts. What must each fuel quantity indicator be calibrated to read during level flight when the quantity of fuel remaining is equal to the unusable fuel supply? 0. A fuel totalizer is a component which indicates the amount of fuel in all tanks. The vapor pressure of aviation gasoline is lower than the vapor pressure of automotive gasoline. When routing a fuel line between two rigidly mounted fittings, the line should have at least one bend between such fittings. Why are centrifugal type boost pumps used in fuel systems of aircraft operating at high altitude? To supply fuel under pressure to engine-driven pumps. In some aircraft with several fuel tanks, the possible danger of allowing the fuel supply in one tank to become exhausted before the selector valve is switched to another tank is prevented by the installation of a fuel pressure warning signal system. What flight safety-related advantage does a pressure fueling system provide? Reduces the chance for fuel contamination. Which aircraft fuel quantity indicating system incorporates a signal amplifier? Electronic. A fuel pressure relief valve is required on an aircraft positive displacement fuel pump. A drip gauge may be used to measure the amount of fuel in the tank. What method would be used to check for internal leakage of fuel valve without removing the valve from the aircraft? Place the valve in the off position, drain the strainer bowl, and with boost pumps on, watch to see if fuel flows from the strainer bowl. What type of remote reading fuel quantity indicating system has several probes installed in each fuel tank? Electronic. The purpose of the baffle plate in a fuel tank is to resist fuel surging within the fuel tank. End of aircraft fuel systems. Communication light signals and runway lighting systems. When an antenna is installed, it should be fastened so that the loads imposed are transmitted to the aircraft structure. What characteristics of the installation of a rigid antenna on a vertical stabilizer should be evaluated? Flutter and vibration. Which of the following is a two-way text communication link between an airliner in flight and the airline's main ground facilities? Aircraft Communication Addressing and Reporting System. How may the operation of an installed emergency locator transmitter (ELT) be verified during aircraft inspection? By tuning a communications receiver to the civil emergency frequency and activating the ELT momentarily within 5 minutes after the hour. What kind of antenna is this? An ELT antenna. What is the primary purpose of an autopilot? To relieve the pilot of control of the aircraft during long periods of flight. Where is the strongest signal for this antenna? Above the antenna. In which control element of an autopilot system is an attitude indicator? Sensing. What kind of antenna is this? This is a loop and sense antenna. A fully integrated autopilot controls the aircraft around how many axes? 3. When would a U.S. resident not be required to hold a Federal Communication Commission (FCC) restricted radio telephone operator permit to operate two-way aircraft VHF radio equipment when flying or communicating within the United States? Which of the antennas shown is a typical glide slope antenna? Number 2. Which of the antennas shown is a typical DME antenna? Number 1. What is this antenna used for? This is an attitude encoder used with transponders. When must the radio station license be displayed in an aircraft equipped with a two-way radio? When the aircraft is operated outside the United States. VHF radio signals are commonly used in both VOR navigation and ATC communication. What kind of antenna is this? A radar beacon transponder antenna. Aircraft antenna must be grounded to the airframe. What kind of antenna is this? A VOR and localizer antenna. Which of the following provides manual maneuverability of the aircraft while the autopilot is engaged? The flight controller. What will occur if an aircraft attitude is changed by its autopilot system in order to correct for an error and the involved control surfaces are returned to streamline by the time the aircraft has reached its correct position? Normal operation. What is the operating principle of the sensing device used in an autopilot system? The relative motion between a gyro and its supporting system. Installed radio equipment is protected from damage due to its jolts and vibrations by shock mounts. How may the battery replacement date be verified for an emergency locator transmitter (ELT)? By observing the battery replacement date marked on the outside of the transmitter. In general, the purpose of an aircraft transponder is to receive an interrogation signal from a ground station and automatically send a reply back. Which channel of an autopilot detects changes in pitch attitude of an aircraft? The elevator channel. What is the main purpose of a servo in an autopilot system? Move the control surface as commanded. When bending a coax cable, the bend radius should be at least 10 times the diameter of the cable. The purpose of a localizer is to align the airplane with the center of the runway. One antenna can be used for the radio range and standard broadcast bands in the light aircraft because the two ranges are close together. An emergency locator transmitter (ELT) is normally activated by an internal switch or equivalent mechanism if subjected to a force of a prescribed intensity and duration. It must be activated when the force is applied parallel to the longitudinal axis of the aircraft. How should a coaxial cable be routed? As directly as possible. What kind of antenna is this? A radar beacon transponder antenna. The addition of avionics and associated antenna systems forward of the CG limit will affect empty weight and useful load. What component is the sensing device in an electromechanical autopilot system? The gyro. What kind of antenna is this? A dipole antenna. Part of the ADF system used on aircraft includes sense and loop antennas. What kind of antenna is this? A VOR/glide slope antenna. After an automatic direction finding antenna has been installed, the loop must be calibrated. The purpose of a glide slope system is to assist the pilot in making the correct angle of descent to the runway. When installing a DME antenna, it should be aligned with the centerline of the airplane. What kind of antenna is this? A canted antenna. A gasket or sealant is used between the antenna mast and fuselage skin to prevent the entry of moisture. On modern large aircraft, what electronic device typically monitors flight parameters and performs autopilot functions? Flight management computer. A DME antenna should be installed on the aircraft in a position that will not be blanked out by the wing when the aircraft is banked. When testing an ELT, a 50 ohm dummy load is connected in place of the antenna to prevent the signal from being radiated into space. What kind of antenna is this? A marker beacon receiver antenna. What kind of antenna is this? A lighting detector system antenna. The preferred location of a VOR antenna on light aircraft is on top of the cabin with the apex of the V pointing forward. When flags such as NAV, HDG, or GS are displayed on the HSI, the indication is that the function is in-op. When must the emergency locator transmitter (ELT) battery be replaced, other than reading the replacement dates? When the transmitter has been in use for more than one cumulative hour. When installing a coax cable, it should be secured firmly along its entire length at 2-foot intervals. A radar altimeter determines attitude by transmitting a signal and receiving back a reflective signal. The preferred location of an ELT is as far aft as possible but forward of the empennage. In the landing configuration, GPWS typically monitors the radio, radar altimeter, air data computer, instrument landing system, and landing gear and flap positions. How much clearance from the seat bottom is required when installing radio equipment under a seat? 1 inch with the seat occupied and subject to the maximum downward seat spring deflection. Doublers are used when antennas are installed to reinstate the structural strength of the aircraft skin. When operationally checking an autopilot system on the ground after the aircraft's main power has been switched on, the autopilot should be engaged only after the gyros come up to speed and the amplifier warms up. When testing a 406 MHz emergency locator transmitter (ELT), care must be taken as the unit could send an emergency signal activating search and rescue agencies. Static dischargers help eliminate radio interference by dissipating static electricity into the atmosphere at low current levels. What component of an autopilot system applies torque to a control surface of the aircraft? Servo. In an autopilot, which signal nullifies the input signal to the ailerons? Follow-up signal. A radar altimeter indicates altitude above ground level. The elevator channel of an autopilot controls the aircraft about which axis of rotation? Lateral. What kind of antenna is this? A VOR/glide slope antenna. Radio equipment is bonded to the aircraft in order to provide a low impedance ground and minimize radio interference from static electrical charges. An emergency locator transmitter (ELT) battery must be capable of furnishing power for signal transmission for at least 48 hours. That is the end of communication light signals and runway lighting systems. Aircraft Instrument Systems Chapter. Which of the following instruments are controlled by gyroscopes? Attitude indicator, heading indicator, and turn needle of the turn and slip indicator. A barometric altimeter indicates pressure altitude when the barometric scale is set at 29.92 inches of mercury. Resistance type temperature indicators using Wheatstone bridge or ratiometer circuits may be used to indicate the temperatures of which of the following? Free air, carburetor air, coolant, engine, and oil temperature. The maximum altitude loss permitted during an unpressurized aircraft instrument static pressure system integrity check is 100 feet in 1 minute. How would an airspeed indicator be marked to show the best rate of climb speed? 1 engine in op. A blue radial line. A certified mechanic with at least an airframe rating may perform inspections and function checks on aircraft instruments. Magnetic compass bowls are filled with a liquid to dampen the oscillation of the float. The method of mounting aircraft instruments in their respective panels depends on the design of the instrument case. Which instruments are connected to an aircraft static pressure system only? Vertical speed indicator or altimeter. A typical takeoff warning indication system, in addition to throttle settings, monitors the position of which of the following? Elevators, speed brake, flaps, and stabilizer trim. The pneumatic reed-type stall warning system installed in some light aircraft is activated by negative air pressure. The primary purpose of a takeoff warning system is to alert the crew that a monitored flight control is not properly set prior to takeoff. The system is activated by a thrust lever. What is the fixed line mark attached to the compass bowl of a magnetic compass called? A lubber line. A certified mechanic may perform 100-hour inspections of instruments. Aircraft temperature thermocouple leads may not be altered and are designed for a specific installation. What will be the result if the instrument static pressure line becomes disconnected inside a pressurized cabin during cruising flight? The altimeter and airspeed indicators will both read low. Which procedure should the aviation mechanic use if a vacuum-operated instrument glass is found to be loose? Install another instrument. A turn coordinator instrument indicates both roll and yaw. Instrument static system leakage can be detected by observing the rate of change in indication of the altimeter after suction has been applied to the static system to cause a prescribed equivalent altitude to be indicated. A synchro transmitter is connected to a synchro receiver electrically with wires. What must be done to an instrument panel that is supported by shock mounts? Bonding straps must be installed across the instrument mounts as a current path. The angle of attack detector operates from differential pressure when the airstream is not parallel to the true angle of attack of the aircraft. The red radial lines on the face of an engine oil pressure gauge indicates minimum and/or maximum safe operating limits. A Bourdon tube instrument may be used to indicate pressure and temperature. Data transmitted between components in an EFIS are converted into digital signals. When performing the static system leakage check required by 14 CFR 91.411, the technician utilizes negative pressure. Explanation: the altimeter, airspeed indicator, and vertical speed indicator that are attached to the aircraft static air system all work on negative pressure. Static system leakage tests are performed using a negative pressure of approximately 1 inch of mercury. The green arc on an aircraft temperature gauge indicates the desirable temperature range. Aircraft instrument panels are generally shock mounted to absorb low frequency, high amplitude shocks. Aircraft instrument values should be marked and graduated in accordance with the specific aircraft maintenance or flight manual. When an aircraft altimeter is set at 29.92 inches of mercury on the ground, the altimeter will read pressure altitude. What marking color is used to indicate if a cover glass has slipped? White. The function of a CRT and an EFIS is to display alphanumeric data and representations of aircraft instruments. How is a flangeless instrument case mounted in an instrument panel? By an expanding type clamp secured to the back of the panel and tightened by a screw from the front of the instrument panel. A certified mechanic with an airframe and powerplant ratings may not perform repairs to aircraft instruments. Which of the following will cause inaccuracies in a magnetic compass that may be compensated for by an aircraft mechanic? Deviation. At sea level 1, the average atmospheric pressure is 14.7 psi. The barometric pressure is 29.92 inches of mercury. An aircraft magnetic compass is swung to update the compass correction card when equipment is added that could affect compass deviation. The requirements for testing and inspection of an instrument static system required by 14 CFR 91.411 are contained in Part 43, Appendix E. Where may a person look for the information necessary to determine the required markings on an engine instrument? Aircraft Flight Manual or Aircraft Maintenance Manual? Which statement regarding an aircraft instrument vacuum system is true? Dry-type vacuum pumps with carbon vanes are susceptible to damage from solid airborne particles and must take in only filtered air. Cases for electrically operated instruments are made of iron or steel cases. Bonding connections should be tested for resistance value. Which instrument condition is acceptable and will not require correction? Case paint chipped. Instrument panel shock mounts absorb low frequency, high amplitude shocks. Which of the following causes of aircraft magnetic compass inaccuracies may be compensated for by mechanics? Deviation. Explanation. Deviation is a compass error caused by local magnetic fields in the aircraft. Deviation can be corrected by an aircraft mechanic by swinging the compass. This is a procedure in which small magnets inside the compass are turned in such a way that their magnetic field cancels the effect of the offending magnetic fields. Who is authorized to repair an aircraft instrument? A certified repair station approved for that class instrument. What does a recip engine manifold pressure gauge indicate when the engine is not operating? The existing atmospheric pressure. An aircraft instrument panel is electrically bonded to the aircraft structure to provide current return paths. An airspeed indicator measures the differential between pitot and static air pressure. Which of the following instruments will normally have range markings? Cylinder head, temperature gauge, and airspeed indicator. Stall warning systems are generally designed to begin warning the pilot when a stall is imminent. The maximum deviation during level flight permitted in a compensated magnetic direction indicator installed on an aircraft certified under 14 CFR Part 23 is 10 degrees. Which instruments are connected to an aircraft's pedostatic system? Vertical speed indicator, altimeter, and airspeed indicator. When selecting hardware for attaching bonding connections to an aircraft structure, which of the following should be considered? Mechanical strength, ease of installation, amount of current to be carried. The looper line on a directional gyro is used to represent the nose of the aircraft. When an airplane's primary flight control surfaces are set for a particular phase of flight, such as landing or takeoff, the corresponding control surface indicating system will show trim position. The operation of an angle of attack indicating system is based on the detection of differential pressure at a point where the airstream flows in a direction not parallel to the true angle of attack of the aircraft. Fuel flow transmitters are designed to transmit data electrically. Which of the following operating mechanisms would be found in a hydraulic pressure gauge? Bourdon tube. Turbine engine exhaust gas temperatures are measured by using Cromel/Alumel thermocouples. The function of a symbol generator SG in an EFIS is to receive and process input signals from aircraft and engine sensors and send the data to the appropriate display. If a static pressure system check reveals excessive leakage, the leaks may be located by isolating portions of the line and testing each portion systematically starting at the instrument connections. When installing an instrument in an aircraft, who is responsible for making sure it is properly marked? The mechanic installing the instrument. When an unpressurized aircraft's static pressure system is leak checked to comply with the requirements of 91-411, what aircraft instrument may be used in lieu of a pedostatic system tester? Altimeter. Which condition would be most likely to cause excessive vacuum in a vacuum system? Vacuum relief valve improperly adjusted. Which of the following instruments discrepancies would require replacement of the instrument? Case leaking, glass cracked, instrument will not zero out or fogged. The function of a display controller in an EFIS is to allow the pilot to select the appropriate system configuration for the current flight situation. End of Aircraft Instrument Systems chapter. Beginning of Environmental Systems chapter. What component in a vapor cycle cooling system would most likely be at fault if a system would not take a Freon charge? Expansion valve. The primary function of the cabin pressurization system outflow valve is to maintain the desired cabin pressure. On transport category aircraft, what might be an indication of an overpressure event of the aircraft oxygen system? The green thermal expansion disc missing. The purpose of a subcooler in a vapor cycle cooling system is to Cool the Freon to prevent premature vaporization. Determine what unit is located immediately downstream of the expansion valve in a Freon refrigeration system. Evaporator coils. So guys, real quick, when you study these refrigeration systems and air conditioning systems, you got to make sure you know all the parts of the system. It's pretty simple. The basic ones are the compressor, condenser, expansion valve, and evaporator. And just make sure where the gas, the Freon, is at a high temperature, high pressure, and at a low temperature and low pressure throughout the system, because these are questions you're going to be getting in your exam. Okay, let's continue. In a gaseous oxygen system, which of the following are vented to blow out plugs in the fuselage skin? Pressure relief valves. How is the cabin pressure of a pressurized aircraft usually controlled? By an automatic outflow valve that dumps all the pressure in excess of the amount for which it is set. Which is considered a good practice concerning the inspection of heating and exhaust systems of aircraft utilizing a jacket around the engine exhaust as a heat source. Supplement physical inspections with periodic operational carbon monoxide detection tests. What is the condition of the refrigerant as it enters the evaporator of a vapor cycle cooling system? Low pressure liquid. In a high pressure oxygen system, if the pressure reducer fails, what prevents high pressure oxygen from entering the system downstream? Pressure relief valve. After cleaning or replacing the filtering element in a combustion heater fuel system, the system should be pressurized and all connections checked for leaks. Which best describes cabin differential pressure? Difference between the ambient and internal air pressure. The evacuation of a vapor cycle cooling system removes any water that may be present by lowering the boiling point of the water and drawing out the vapor. The air cycle cooling system produces cold air by extracting heat energy across an expansion turbine. Extracting heat energy across an expansion turbine. The point at which Freon flowing through a vapor cycle cooling system gives up heat and changes from a gas to liquid is the condenser. What controls the amount of oxygen delivered to a mask in a continuous flow oxygen system? A calibrated orifice. Oxygen systems in unpressurized aircraft are generally of the continuous flow and pressure demand types. Turbine engine air used for air conditioning and pressurization is generally called bleed air. An aircraft pressurization cycle is normally considered to be one complete series of events or operations that recur regularly. In what position should the bottle be placed when adding liquid Freon to a vapor cycle cooling system? Vertical, with the outlet at the bottom. High pressure cylinders containing oxygen for aviation use can be identified by their green color and the words "Aviators breathing oxygen" stenciled in 1-inch white letters. Which section of a turbine engine provides high pressure bleed air to an air cycle machine for pressurization and air conditioning? Low or high pressure compressor. The operation of an aircraft combustion heater is usually controlled by a thermostat circuit, which alternately turns the fuel on and off, a process known as cycling. If the liquid level gauge in the vapor cycle cooling system indicates a low freon charge, the system should be operated for a period of time to reach a stable condition and then the freon level rechecked. One purpose of a jet pump and a pressurization and air conditioning system is to provide for augmentation of the airflow in some areas of the aircraft. A small amount of water in a vapor cycle cooling system can freeze in the expansion valve and stop the entire system operation. When an aircraft's oxygen system has developed a leak, the lines and fittings should be bubble tested with a special soap solution manufactured specifically for this purpose. What test is used to determine the serviceability of an oxygen cylinder? Pressure test with water. Which of the following are characteristics of a chemical or solid-state oxygen system? A volume storage capacity about 3 times that of compressed oxygen and system generators that are inert below 400 degrees Fahrenheit, even under severe impact. Oxygen used in aircraft systems is at least 99.5% pure and is practically water-free. What is the condition of the refrigerant as it leaves the evaporator of a vapor cycle cooling system? Low pressure vapor. What does a steady stream of bubbles indicate when servicing a vapor cycle air conditioning system? The system is undercharged. Before a high-pressure oxygen cylinder is serviced, it must be the correct type and have been hydrostatically tested within the proper time interval. A pressurization controller uses barometric pressure, cabin altitude, and cabin rate of change. What controls the operation of the cabin pressure regulator? Cabin altitude. What is the purpose of pressurizing the aircraft cabin? To make human flight possible in the hostile environment of the upper atmosphere. Guys, that sounds really, really complex, but it's pretty much saying you could fly in the high atmosphere because the pressure is so low up there that the plane needs to be pressurized in order for you to breathe properly. They just make it seem like it's super complex, but that's what it really means. What type of oil is suitable for use in vapor cycle cooling system? Special high-grade refrigerant oil. The primary difference between aviation breathing oxygen and other type of commercially available compressed oxygen is that aviation breathing oxygen has had all the water vapor removed. If a high-pressure oxygen cylinder is to be installed in an airplane, it must meet the specifications of the Department of Transportation. What unit in a vapor cycle cooling system serves as a reservoir for the refrigerant? Receiver dryer. What is the main cause of contamination in a gaseous oxygen system? Moisture. What is the purpose of a mixing valve in a compressor bleed air conditioning system? Control the supply of hot, cool, and cold air. The component that determines the pressure level in the cabin is the cabin air pressure outflow valve. What is ventilating air used for on a combustion heater? Carries heat to the places where needed. One hour after an oxygen system was charged for a leakage check, the oxygen pressure gauge reads 460 psi at 63 degrees Fahrenheit. 6 hours later, the temperature was 51 degrees Fahrenheit. A 5 psi change is the maximum allowable in a 6-hour period. What pressure gauge reading would be acceptable to remain within the allowable limits? So guys, in this question, the numbers may change. Let me wait for this plane to pass. Okay guys, for this question, the numbers will change. Like, they will give you different variables like pressure and temperature and everything like that. So it's important to look at the pressure temperature correction chart. It's the chart they give you in this question. So what you'll have to do is plot the pressure and change in pressure, the temperature and change in pressure on the chart, and calculate what's your allowable pressure drop, and add that into what they give you in the question. So this answer would be 445 to 450 psi, because the pressure test at the beginning of the leakage test was 460 psi. The temperature dropped 12 degrees Fahrenheit, and according to the chart, the 12-degree drop will cause a pressure change of 10 psi. The pressure in the system with no leakage would be 450 psi, and the pressure is allowed to drop only 5 psi. Therefore, the low pressure allowed in the system would be 445 psi. So guys, just be careful on these questions. They will get you. Just make sure you know what you're doing and read the charts and practice. All right, next question. An aircraft oxygen bottle may be considered airworthy if it has been hydrostatically tested and identified with the test date, DOT number, and serial number stamped on the cylinder near the neck. When servicing an air conditioning system that has lost all of its freon, it is necessary to check oil and add as necessary. Evacuate the system and add freon. To be eligible for recharging, a DOT 3HT oxygen cylinder must have been hydrostatically tested every 3 years and be retired from service after 24 years or 4,380 filling cycles. The function of the condenser in a freon cooling system is to transfer heat from the freon gas to ambient air. Composite oxygen bottles that conform to DOT-E-8162 have a service life of 15 years or 10,000 filling cycles, whichever occurs first. So guys, this is just something you gotta remember. The point at which freon flowing through a vapor cycle cooling system absorbs heat and changes from a liquid to a gas is the evaporator. How is the cabin pressure of an aircraft maintained in flight? By controlling the rate of the air flowing out of the cabin. The function of the evaporator in a freon cooling system is to lower the temperature of the cabin air. When purging a freon air conditioning system, it is important to release the charge at a slow rate. What is the reason for the slow rate discharge? Prevent excessive loss of refrigerant oil. How can it be determined that a vapor cycle cooling system is charged with the proper amount of freon? Air bubbles in the sight glass disappear. Where does the last stage of cooling in an air cycle air conditioning system occur? The expansion turbine. The cabin pressurization modes of operation are differential, unpressurized, and isobaric. When a vapor cycle cooling system is not in operation, what is an indication that the system is leaking Freon? Oil seepage. Frost or ice buildup on a vapor cycle cooling system evaporator would most likely be caused by inadequate airflow through the evaporator. The purpose of the airflow metering aneroid assembly found in oxygen diluter demand regulators is to regulate airflow in relation to cabin altitude when in diluter demand position. What component of a pressurization system prevents the cabin altitude from becoming higher than airplane altitude? Negative pressure relief valve. The basic air cycle cooling system consists of a source of compressed air, heat exchangers, and a turbine. What is used in some oxygen systems to change high cylinder pressure to low system pressure? Pressure reducer valve. In a Freon vapor cycle cooling system, where is cooling air obtained for the condenser? Ambient air. Which prevents a sudden loss of pressurization in the effect that there is a loss of pressurization source. Delivery air duct check valves. What is the condition of the refrigerant as it leaves the condenser of a vapor cycle cooling system? High pressure liquid. So guys, a common theme in this chapter and what they're going to ask you on the test if you get these questions is what is the different forms of gas or liquid that are seen throughout the vapor cycle cooling system. So, you got the compressor, condenser, evaporator, and all that. So you got to know at which point what the gas is doing, and if it's a liquid or gas, and if it's high pressure or low pressure. So guys, just make sure you're up to date on your vapor cycle cooling system and its components and how it works, because you're going to have a lot of questions if you get them on the test. All right, next question. What component might possibly be damaged if liquid refrigerant is introduced into the low side of the vapor cycle cooling system when the pressure is too high or the outside air temperature is too low? Compressor. The cabin pressure control setting has a direct influence upon the outflow valve opening. For use in pressurized aircraft, which is generally the least complicated and requires the least maintenance? Chemical oxygen generator systems. The purpose of the dump valve in a pressurized aircraft is to relieve all positive pressure from the cabin. On some cabin pressurization system, pressurization on the ground is restricted by the main landing gear operated switch. So an explanation to this is when a pressurized aircraft is on the ground with the cabin closed, the safety dump valve is held open by vacuum controlled by the dump solenoid, which is actuated through the landing gear safety or squat switch. So this pretty much means when the aircraft is airborne, then it could be pressurized, because on the ground you don't need pressurization. The position of the thermostatic expansion valve in a vapor cycle cooling system is determined by temperature and presence of Freon in the outlet of the evaporator. If the cabin rate of climb is too great, the control should be adjusted to cause the outflow valve to close faster. When charging a vapor cycle cooling system after evacuation, the low pressure gauge fails to come out of a vacuum. What is indicated? Blockage in the system. What may be used as lubricant on the oxygen system tapered pipe threads connections? Teflon tape. What is the condition of the refrigerant as it enters the condenser of a vapor cycle cooling system? High pressure vapor. In an operating vapor cycle cooling system, if the two lines connected to the expansion valve are essentially in the same temperature, what does this indicate? The expansion valve is not metering Freon properly. If oxygen bottle pressure is allowed to drop below a specific minimum, it may cause moisture to collect in the bottle. The refrigerant 12 is passed over an open flame. It changes to phosgene gas. How often should standard weight, high pressure oxygen cylinders be hydrostatically tested? Every 5 years. Which oxygen system employs a regulator that operates only when the user inhales? A demand flow system. The function of an expansion valve in a Freon cooling system is to act as a metering device and to reduce the pressure of the liquid Freon. So guys, the expansion valve pretty much changes the pressure from the liquid Freon into a super low pressure, causing that change in temperature, of which you get cold air pretty much. Expansion valve. A contaminated oxygen system is normally purged with oxygen. At which component in an air cycle cooling system does air undergo a pressure and temperature drop? Expansion turbine. How should the aviation mechanic determine the amount of oxygen in a portable high pressure cylinder? Read the pressure gauge mounted on the cylinder. In a diluter demand oxygen regulator, when does the demand valve operate? When the user breathes. Hot compressor bleed air operates the conditioned air system on some turbine aircraft. Cold air is supplied by the air cycle air conditioning. In the combustion air system, what prevents too much air from entering the heaters as air pressure increases? Either a combustion air relief valve or a differential pressure regulator. That is the end of environmental systems. Airframe inspection chapter. An aircraft that is due an annual inspection may be flown if a special permit has been issued for the aircraft. Radio equipment installations made in accordance with supplemental type certificates data require approval for return to service by the holder of an inspection authorization. Where would the aviation mechanic find the recommended statement for recording the approval or disapproval for return to service of an aircraft after a 100-hour or annual inspection? 14 CFR Part 43. So guys, 14 CFR Part 43 has a lot of information that could potentially be asked on your test. So it's important to brush up on that before you go into your airframe written. Which statement is correct regarding an aircraft that is found to be unairworthy after an annual inspection due to an item requiring a major repair, assuming approved data is used to accomplish the repair? An appropriately rated mechanic may accomplish a repair, and an AI may approve the aircraft for return to service. So, on a major repair, the aircraft can be approved for return to service only by a mechanic holding an inspection authorization. For an individual, not a repair station, to conduct a complete 100-hour inspection on an aircraft and approve it for return to service requires a mechanic certificate with an airframe and powerplant rating. Which statement is correct when an aircraft has not been approved for return to service after an annual inspection because of several items requiring minor repair? An appropriately rated mechanic may repair the defects and approve the aircraft for return to service. When overhauling electrical equipment, all necessary information should be obtained from maintenance instructions published by the aircraft and or equipment manufacturer. The maximum time a 100-hour inspection can be extended is 10 hours. So guys, a quick note on that. So say you extend your 100-hour inspection by 10 hours. These hours on the extension is going to be subtracted from the time that your next inspection is due. Large airplanes and turbine-powered multi-engine airplanes operated under 14 CFR Part 91 General Operating and Flight Rules must be inspected in accordance with an inspection program authorized under Part 91 Subpart E. An aircraft may be flown beyond the 100-hour inspection requirement to reach a place where the inspection can be accomplished, provided it does not exceed 10 flight hours. Where would the aviation mechanic find the operating conditions that make a 100-hour inspection mandatory? 14 CFR Part 91. Airworthiness directives, ADs, are designed to notify the aircraft owners and other interested persons of unsafe conditions and prescribes the condition under which the product may continue to be operated. Which statement about airworthiness directives is true? Compliance with an applicable AD is mandatory and must be recorded in the maintenance records. What is the primary purpose of a special inspection? To address specific conditions or events that may affect airworthiness. End of Airframe Inspections Chapter. Beginning of Metallic Structures Chapter. What is generally the best procedure to use when removing a solid shank rivet? Drill to the base of the manufactured rivet head with a drill one size smaller than the rivet shank and remove the rivet with a punch. Joggles and removed rivet shanks would indicate partial shear failure. Which statement concerning soldering is correct? Joints in electric wire to be soldered should be mechanically secured prior to soldering. So guys, in this chapter, you guys have a lot of math questions, like for example, determine the dimensions of ABC in the flat layout, setback, 0.252 inches, bend allowance 0.345 inches. So it tells you to find all these dimensions using some formulas. Guys, I'm not going to be going over this in this video because that's going to take way too much time. I'm going to make a separate video on doing these, but for now I'm skipping these. Just watch out for that next video. It's going to come out pretty soon. I'm going to do a separate video on these. Which statement concerning a welding process is true? The inert arc welding process uses an inert gas to protect the weld zone from the atmosphere. What should be the included angle of a twist drill for soft metals? 90 degrees. When selecting a welding rod, one of the most important factors to consider is to ensure that the proper AMS number is used. A factor which determines the minimum space between rivets is the diameter of the rivets being used. Under certain conditions, type A rivets are not used because of their low strength characteristics. Engine mount members should preferably be repaired by using a large diameter tube with fish mouth and rosette welds. Which is correct concerning the use of a file? Apply pressure on the forward stroke only, except when filing very soft metals such as lead or aluminum. When an MS20470D rivet is installed, its full shear strength is obtained only after a period of age hardening. A resurfaced soldering iron cannot be used effectively until after the working face has been tinned. MS20426AD-6-5 indicates a countersunk rivet which has an overall length of 5/16 inch. Which rivet is used for riveting nickel steel alloys? Monel. Filing or grinding a weld bead is considered to be a way to bring about strength reduction in joints. The aviation mechanic can distinguish between aluminum and aluminum alloy by testing with a 10% solution of caustic soda. When bending metal, the material on the outside of the curve stretches while the material on the inside of the curve compresses. The part of the material which is not affected by either stress is the neutral line. Why is it necessary to use flux in all silver soldering operations? To chemically clean the base metal of oxide film. Alloy 2117 rivets are heat treated by the manufacturer and do not require heat treatment before driven. In gas welding, the amount of heat applied to the material being welded is controlled by the size of the tip opening. When welding or cutting, the acetylene pressure gauge should never be set higher than 15 psi. Acetylene at a line pressure above 15 psi is dangerously unstable. Repairs or splices involving stringers on the lower surface of stressed skin metal wings are usually permitted but are normally more critical in reference to strength and tension than similar repairs to the upper surface. A DD rivet is heat treated before use to soften to facilitate riveting. One of the main advantages of high-lock type fasteners over earlier generations is that they can be installed with ordinary hand tools. The length of a rivet to be chosen when making a structural repair that involves the joining of a 0.032 inch and 0.064 inch aluminum sheet drilled with a number 30 drill is 5/16 inch. Cylinders used to transport and store acetylene contain acetone. The Zeus turnlock fastener consists of a stud, grommet, and receptacle. The stud diameter is measured in 1/16 of an inch. High-pressure cylinders used to transport and store acetylene must contain acetone. The identifying marks on the heads of aluminum alloy rivets indicate the specific alloy used in the manufacture of rivets. The purpose of a joggle is to allow clearance for a sheet or an extrusion. What should be the included angle of a twist drill for hard metal? 118 degrees. In a gas tungsten arc GTA welding, a stream of inert gas is used to prevent the formation of oxides in the puddle. What is the minimum edge distance for aircraft rivets? 2 times the diameter of the rivet shank. Rivet gauge or transverse pitch is the distance between the centers of the rivets and adjacent rows. Where should the flux be applied when oxyacetylene welding aluminum? Painted on the surface to be welded and applied to the welding rod. The dimensions of an MS20430AD-4-8 rivet are 1/8 inch in diameter and 1/2 inch long. When a butt welded joint is visually inspected for penetration, the penetration should be 100% of the thickness of the base metal. A piece of flat stock that is to be bent to a closed angle of 15 degrees must be bent through an angle of 165 degrees. Which of the following need not be considered when determining minimum rivet spacing? Rivet length. In selecting a torch tip size to use in welding, the size of the tip opening determines the amount of heat applied to the work. The sharpest bend that could be placed in a piece of metal without critically weakening the part is called the minimum radius of bend. How should a welding torch flame be adjusted to weld stainless steel? Slightly carburizing. The shop head of a rivet should be 1 1/2 times the diameter of the rivet shank. When repairing a small hole on the metal stressed skin, the major consideration in the design of the patch should be the shear strength of the riveted joint. A well-designed rivet joint will subject the rivets to shear loads. The most important considerations when selecting welding rod is material compatibility. Which rivet may be used as received without further treatment? 2117-T3. The most important factors needed to make a flat pattern layout are radius, thicknesses, and degree of bend. Which rivets should be selected to join two sheets of 0.032 inch aluminum? MS 2047 0AD-4-4. Guys, so the most important part of selecting these rivets is knowing your rivet dimensions. Like the 4-4 I just mentioned, they signify in 16ths of an inch how big the rivet is, or an 1/8 inch. So you gotta brush up on what they mean, okay? Make sure you know what they mean and how to calculate that rivet size. Most rivets used in aircraft construction have dimples. Which of the following statements is true regarding replacement rivets? The new edge distance of larger replacement rivets must not be less than minimums. What is the minimum spacing for a single row of aircraft rivets? 3 times the diameter of the rivet shank. Unless otherwise specified, the radius of a bend is the inside radius of the metal being formed. If too much acetylene is used in the welding of stainless steel, the metal will absorb carbon and lose its resistance to corrosion. Which statement best describes magnesium welding? It can be welded successfully using the same type of joints that are used for aluminum. What method of repair is recommended for a steel tube longeron dented at a cluster? Welded patch plate. When drilling stainless steel, the drill should have an included angle of 140 degrees and turn at a low speed. When a piece of aluminum alloy is to be bent using a minimum radius for the type and thickness of material, the layout should be made so that the bend will be 90 degrees to the grain of the sheet. What type of loads cause the most rivet failures? Shear loads. Parts fabricated from All-Clad 2024-T3 aluminum sheet stock must have all scratches, kinks, tool marks, nicks, etc. must be held to a minimum. Why should a carburizing flame be avoided when welding steel? It hardens the surface. What is the purpose of refrigerating 2017 and 2024 aluminum alloy rivets after heat treatment? To retard age hardening. How should a welding torch flame be adjusted to weld stainless steel? Slightly carburizing. The general rule for finding the proper rivet diameter is 3 times the thickness of the thickest sheet. A sheet metal repair is to be made using 2 pieces of 0.040 inch aluminum riveted together. All rivet holes are drilled for 3 32nd inch rivets. The length of the rivets to be used will be 1/4 inch. What is indicated by a black smoky residue streaming back from some of the rivets on an aircraft? Fretting corrosion is occurring between the rivets and the skin. When welding or cutting, the acetylene pressure gauge should never be set higher than 15 psi. Select the alternative which best describes the function of the flute section of a twist drill. Forms the cutting edges of the drill point. Acetylene at a line pressure above 15 psi is dangerously unstable. What is one of the determining factors which permits machine countersinking when flush riveting? Thickness of the material is greater than the thickness of the rivet head. What type of loads cause the most rivet failures? Shear. A rivet set to drive MS 20470 rivets should have a slightly greater radius than the rivet head. Which of the following is one advantage of high lock fasteners? Inability to be over-torqued. A single lap sheet splice is to be used to repair a section of damaged aluminum skin. If a double row of 1/8 inch rivets is used, the minimum allowable overlap will be 13/16. The sight line on a sheet metal flat layout to be bent in a cornice or box break is measured and marked 1 radius from the bent tangent line that is placed under the break. Which of the following need not be considered when determining minimum rivet spacing? Rivet length. When straightening members made of 2024-T4, the aviation mechanic should straighten cold and reinforce. The length of rivet to be chosen when making a structural repair that involves a joining of 0.032 inch and 0.064 inch aluminum sheet drilled with a number 30 drill is 5/16 inch. Aircraft structural units such as spars, engine supports, etc., which have been built up from sheet metal are normally repairable using approved methods. What purpose does flux serve in welding aluminum? Minimizes or prevents oxidation. What is the minimum spacing for a single row of aircraft rivets? 3 times the diameter of the rivet shank. What should be the included angle of a twist drill for hard metal? 118 degrees. The primary alloying agent of 2024-T3 is indicated by the number 2. Threaded rivets, riv nuts, are commonly used to attach parts or components with screws to sheet metal. Which part of the 2017-T36 aluminum alloy designation indicates the primary alloying agent used in its manufacture? The number 2. Which statement concerning a welding process is true? The inert arc welding process uses an inert gas to protect the weld zone from the atmosphere. That is true. A factor which determines the minimum space between rivets is diameter of the rivets being used. So guys, do you notice a common theme here? How they ask you about rivet spacing and layout of the rivets and edge distance and all that. Make sure you know what you're doing, because they might just give you a diagram and tell you like figure out the edge distance using these rivets with this diameter. And you gotta know what the edge spacing should be, and the diameter of the rivets that should be used. Okay. The identifying marks on the heads of aluminum alloy rivets indicate the specific alloy used in the manufacture of rivets. When bending metal, the material on the outside of the curve stretches while the material on the inside of the curve compresses. That part of the material which is not affected by either stress is the neutral line. The markings on the head of a Zeus fastener identify the body diameter, type of head, and length of the fastener. Rivet gauge, or transverse pitch, is the distance between the centers of the rivets in adjacent rows. Why are aluminum plates a quarter-inch or more thick usually preheated before welding? Reduces internal stresses and assures more complete penetration. The dimensions of a MS20430AD-4-8 rivet are an 1/8 inch in diameter and a 1/2 inch long. So guys, those last two numbers, -4, -8, give you the answer. So the -4 would be an 1/8 inch and a -8 would be a 1/2 inch long. What method of repair is recommended for a steel tube longeron dented at a cluster? Welded patch plate. Select the shallow scratches in sheet metal may be repaired by burnishing. The length of a rivet to be used to join a sheet of 0.032 inch and 0.064 inch aluminum alloy should be equal to 1.5 times the rivet diameter plus 0.096 inches. A welding torch backfire may be caused by a loose tip. Which statement best describes magnesium welding? Filler rod should be the same composition as the base metal. In selecting a torch tip size to use in welding, the size of the tip opening determines the amount of heat applied to the work. Which procedure is correct when using a reamer to finish a drilled hole to the correct size? Turn the reamer only in the cutting direction. When soldering close-fitting parts, solder is drawn into the space between the two parts by capillary action. A main difference between lock bolt/huck bolt tension and shear fasteners, other than their application, is in the number of locking collar grooves. In gas welding, the amount of heat applied to the material being welded is controlled by the size of the tip opening. The aluminum alloys used in aircraft construction are usually hardened by which method? Heat treatment. When repairing puncture type damage to a metal-faced laminated honeycomb panel, the edges of the doubler should be tapered to 100 times the thickness of the metal. Annealing of aluminum removes stresses caused by forming. What is the minimum edge distance allowed for aluminum alloy single lap sheet splices containing a single row of rivets as compared to a joint with multiple rows, all rivets being equal in diameter? The minimum edge distance for the single row is equal to that for the multiple row. If a streamlined cover plate is to be hand formed using a form block, a piece of dead soft aluminum should first be placed over the hollow portion of the mold and securely fastened in place. The bumping operation should be started by tapping the aluminum lightly around the edges and gradually working down into the center. The installation of Cherry Max and Olympic lock rivets is accomplished by utilizing a pulling tool. What precaution, if any, should be taken to prevent corrosion inside a repaired metal honeycomb structure? Prime the repair with a corrosion inhibitor and seal from the atmosphere. A DD rivet is heat treated before use to soften to facilitate riveting. Heat-treated rivets in the D and DD series that are not driven within the prescribed time after heat treatment or removal from refrigeration must be reheat treated before use. The Zeus turnlock fastener consists of a stud, grommet, and receptacle. The stud length is measured in hundredths of an inch. Unless otherwise specified, the radius of a bend is the inside radius of the metal being formed. When comparing the machining techniques for stainless steel sheet metal to those for aluminum alloy sheet, it is normally considered good practice to drill the stainless steel at a lower speed with more pressure applied to the drill. Edge notching is generally recommended in a butt welding above certain thickness of aluminum because it aids in getting full penetration of the metal and prevents local distortion. Which rivet may be used as received without further treatment? 2117-T3. Which rivet is used for riveting magnesium alloy structures? 5056 aluminum. Rivet pitch is the distance between the centers of the adjacent rivets in the same row. Which of the following can normally be welded without adversely affecting strength? SAE 4130 chrome/molybdendium tubing. Oxygen and acetylene cylinders are made of steel. If it is necessary to compute a bend allowance problem and bend allowance tables are not available, the neutral axis of the bend can be found by adding approximately 1/2 of the stock thickness to the bend radius. Mild steel rivets are used for riveting steel parts. The oxyacetylene flame for silver soldering should be neutral. The oxyacetylene flame for aluminum welding should be neutral or soft. Which statement is true in regard to welding heat-treated magnesium? The welded section does not have the strength of the original metal. On a sheet metal fitting layout with a single bend, allow for stretching by subtracting the setback from both legs. Which statement is true regarding the inspection of a stressed skin metal wing assembly known to have been critically loaded? If genuine rivet tipping has occurred, groups of consecutive rivet heads will be tipped in the same direction. Welding over brazed or soldered joints is not permitted. Clad aluminum alloys are used in aircraft because they have surface layers of pure aluminum or aluminum alloy bonded to the core material to inhibit corrosion. A very thin and pointed tip on a soldering copper is undesirable because it will cool too rapidly. The shop head of a rivet should be 1 1/2 times the diameter of the rivet shank. Oxides form very rapidly when alloys or metals are hot. It is important, therefore, when welding aluminum to use a flux. Which part of 2017-T36 aluminum alloy indicates the temper designation? T36. When riveting dissimilar metals together, what precautions must be taken to prevent an electrolytic action? Place a protective separator between areas of potential electrical difference. End of Metallic Structures chapter. Beginning of Hydraulic and Pneumatic Power Systems chapter. A hydraulic system operational check during ground run-up of an aircraft indicates that the wing flaps cannot be lowered using the main hydraulic system, but can be lowered by using the emergency hand pump, which is the most likely cause. The fluid level in the reservoir is low. Some hydraulic systems incorporate a device which is designed to remain open to allow a normal fluid flow in the line, but closed if the fluid flow increases above an established rate. This device is generally referred to as a hydraulic fuse. Which of the following allows fluid to flow unimpeded in one direction, but prevents fluid flow in the other direction? Check valve. In a typical high-pressure pneumatic system, if the moisture separator does not vent accumulated water when the compressor shuts down, a likely cause is malfunctioning solenoid dump valve. Which statement is correct about fluids? All fluids readily transmit pressure. That is true. Which of the following is adversely affected by atmospheric humidity if left unprotected? Skydrol hydraulic fluid. After installation of a rebuilt hydraulic hand pump, it is found that the handle cannot be moved in the pumping direction. Pressure stroke. The most likely cause is an incorrectly installed hand pump output check valve. Which seals are used with petroleum-based hydraulic fluid? Buna N. An aircraft pneumatic system which incorporates an engine-driven multi-stage reciprocating compressor also requires a moisture separator. A loud hammering noise in a hydraulic system that has an accumulator usually indicates too low or no preload in the accumulator. When servicing aircraft hydraulic systems, use the type of fluid specified in the aircraft manufacturer's maintenance manual or instructions plate affixed to the unit. Generally, the first step in removing an accumulator from an aircraft is to relieve system pressure. What is the viscosity of hydraulic fluid? The internal resistance of a fluid which tends to prevent it from flowing. If an aircraft's constant pressure hydraulic system cycles more frequently than usual and no fluid leakage can be detected, the most probable cause is low accumulator air preload. Pneumatic systems utilize relief valves. Which of the following is the most commonly used seal to prevent internal and external leakage in both directions of a hydraulic unit? O-ring. A flexible hydraulic hose identified as MIL-H-8788 will have a stripe running the length of the hose. This stripe is installed without excessive twisting. The internal resistance of a fluid which tends to prevent it from flowing is called viscosity. Seals used with a mineral-based hydraulic fluid are identified by which color code? Blue dot or stripe. The unit in a hydraulic system that requires a certain action to be completed before another action can begin is called a sequence valve. A hydraulic system referred to as a power pack system will have all hydraulic power components located in one unit. Components containing phosphate ester-based hydraulic fluid may be cleaned with Stoddard solvent. Where can information be obtained about the compatibility of fire-resistant hydraulic fluid with aircraft materials? Fluid manufacturers' technical bulletins. Which of the following safeguards ensure proper system operation and mitigates damage to non-metallic components of the hydraulic system? When adding fluid to a system, use the type specified in the aircraft manufacturer's maintenance manual or on the instruction plate affixed to the reservoir or unit being serviced. The component in the hydraulic system that is used to direct the flow of fluid is the selector valve. A hydraulic accumulator is charged with an air preload of 1000 psi. When a hydraulic system pressure of 3000 psi is developed, the pressure of the air inside the accumulator will be 3000 psi. A hydraulic pump is a constant displacement type if it delivers a uniform rate of fluid flow. Quick disconnect couplings in hydraulic systems provide a means of quickly connecting and disconnecting hydraulic lines without loss of fluid or entrance of air into the system. Which is a characteristic of petroleum-based hydraulic fluid? Flammable under normal conditions. One of the distinguishing characteristics of an open center selector valve used in a hydraulic system is that fluid flows through the valve in the off position. Relief valves are used in pneumatic systems as damage-preventing units. Excluding lines, which components are required to make up a simple hydraulic system? Pump, reservoir, selector valve, and actuator. A common cause of slow actuation of hydraulic components is internal leakage in the actuating unit. When hydraulic system pressure control and relief units fail to function properly, how are most systems protected against overpressure? A shear section on the main hydraulic pump driveshaft. If an engine-driven hydraulic pump of the correct capacity fails to maintain normal system pressure during the operation of a cowl flap actuating unit, the probable cause is restriction in the pump outlet. A fully charged hydraulic accumulator provides a source for additional hydraulic power when heavy demands are placed on the system. Petroleum-based hydraulic fluid is which color? Red. A worn hydraulic pump shaft seal can normally be detected by hydraulic fluid flowing from the pump drain line. A cross-flow valve, which is designed to bypass fluid from one side of an actuating cylinder to the other side under certain conditions, may be found in some aircraft installed in the landing gear system. Hydraulic system accumulators serve which of the following functions? Supplement the system pump when demand is beyond the pump's capacity and store power for limited operation of components if the pump is not operating. If fluid is added to a reservoir in a constant pressure hydraulic system while the system is pressurized, what will result? The fluid level will increase when the system pressure is reduced. If a rigid tube is too short for the flare to reach its seat before tightening, pulling it into place by tightening may distort the flare. The purpose of a pressure regulator in a hydraulic system is to maintain system operating pressure within a predetermined range and to unload the pump. Severe kickback of the emergency hydraulic hand pump handle during the normal intake stroke will indicate which of the following? Hand pump outlet check valve is sticking open. A flexible sealing element subject to motion is a packing. What device in a hydraulic system with a constant delivery pump allows circulation of the fluid when no demand is on the system? Pressure regulator. If a hydraulic brake system uses neoprene rubber packing material, the correct hydraulic fluid to service the system is mineral-based oil. If hydraulic fluid is released when the air valve core of the accumulator is depressed, it is evidence of a ruptured diaphragm or leaking seals. The primary purpose of a hydraulic actuating unit is to transform fluid pressure into useful work. The removal of air from an aircraft hydraulic system is generally accomplished by operating the various hydraulic components through several cycles. How can the proper hydraulic fluid to be used in an airplane be determined? By consulting the aircraft manufacturer's service manual. If an aircraft hydraulic system requires mineral-based hydraulic fluid but phosphate ester-based hydraulic fluid is used, what will the effect on the system be? System will be contaminated, fluids will not blend, and the seals will fail. The air that is expended and no longer needed when actuating unit is operated in a pneumatic system is exhausted or dumped overboard. Many hydraulic reservoirs contain a small quantity of fluid which is not available to the main system pump. This fluid is retained to supply fluid to the auxiliary pump. If two actuating cylinders which have the same cross-sectional area but different lengths of stroke are connected to the same source of hydraulic pressure, they will exert equal amounts of force and will move at the same rate of speed. Unloading valves are used with many engine-driven hydraulic pumps to relieve the pump pressure. Heat exchanger cooling units are required in some aircraft hydraulic systems because of high pressures and high rates of fluid flow. A hydraulic motor converts fluid pressure to rotary motion. Materials which are Skydrel compatible or resistant include common aircraft metals, polyurethane, and epoxy paints. Characteristics of mil-H-7644 hydraulic fluid are blue color, vegetable base, will burn natural rubber seals. Hydraulic system thermal relief valves are set to open at a higher pressure than the system relief valve. What condition would most likely cause excessive fluctuation of the pressure gauge when the hydraulic pump is operating? Inadequate supply of fluid. A unit which transforms hydraulic pressure into linear motion is called an actuating cylinder. Pressure is the term used to indicate the force per unit area. Pressure is usually expressed in pounds per square inch. The hydraulic component that automatically directs fluid from either the normal source or an emergency source to an actuating cylinder is called a shuttle valve. What type of valve in an aircraft hydraulic system permits fluid to flow freely in one direction but restricts the rate at which the fluid is allowed to flow in the other direction? Orifice check valve. How many of these seals are used with petroleum-based hydraulic fluids? Neoprene and Buna N. Which seals/material is used with phosphate ester-based hydraulic fluids? Butyl rubber. What type of packings should be used in hydraulic components to be installed in a system containing skydrol? Packing materials made for ester-based fluids. Chatter in the hydraulic system is caused by air in the system. Which must be done before adjusting the relief valve of a main hydraulic system incorporating a pressure regulator? Eliminate the action of the unloading valve. The main system pressure relief valve in a simple hydraulic system equipped with a power control valve should be adjusted with the power control valve held in the closed position. Chattering of the hydraulic pump during operation is an indication that air is entering the pump. To check the air charge in a hydraulic accumulator, reduce all hydraulic pressure, then observe the reading on the accumulator air gauge. What is one advantage of piston-type hydraulic motors over electric motors? There is no fire hazard if the motor is stalled. What characteristics apply to aircraft hydraulic systems? Minimum maintenance requirements, lightweight and simple to inspect. What is commonly used to connect the emergency source of power and at the same time disconnect the normal hydraulic source from critical parts of the landing gear or wheel braking system for operation, usually when the normal source system fails? Shuttle valve. Characteristics of MIL-H-5606 hydraulic fluid are red color, petroleum base, will burn, uses synthetic rubber seals. Which of the following lists only desirable properties of a good hydraulic fluid that has chemical stability? Low viscosity, high flash point, high fire point. If it is necessary to adjust several pressure regulating valves in a hydraulic system, what particular sequence, if any, should be followed? Units with the highest pressure setting are adjusted first. What is the purpose of using backup rings with O-rings in hydraulic systems above 1500 psi? Prevent high pressure from extruding the seal between the moving and stationary part. Select the valve used in hydraulic system that directs pressurized fluid to one end of an actuating cylinder and simultaneously directs return fluid to the reservoir from the other end. Selector. The purpose of restrictors in hydraulic systems is to control the rate of movement of hydraulically operated mechanisms. Although dents in the heel of a bend are not permissible, they are acceptable in the remainder of a hydraulic tube providing that they are less than 1% of the tube diameter. 20%. Before removing the filler cap of a pressurized hydraulic reservoir, in order to service the system, the aviation mechanic must relieve the air pressure. What type of selector valve is one of the most commonly used in hydraulic systems to provide for simultaneous flow of fluid into and out of a connected actuating unit? 4-port closed center valve. The installation of a new metal hydraulic line should be made with enough bends to allow the tube to expand and contract with temperature changes and to absorb vibration. Hydraulic fluid reservoirs are sometimes designed with a standpipe in one of the outlet ports in order to assure emergency supply of fluid. The outlet port with the standpipe in it furnishes fluid to the normal system power pump. Most variable displacement aircraft hydraulic pumps in use contain a built-in means of system pressure regulation, which is a characteristic of synthetic-based hydraulic fluid. High flash point. Which valve installed in a hydraulic system will have the highest pressure setting? Thermal relief valve. Teflon hose that has developed a permanent set from being exposed to high pressure or temperature should not be straightened or bent further. A filter incorporating specially treated cellulose paper is identified as a micronic filter. If the hydraulic system pressure is normal while the engine-driven pump is running, but there is no pressure after the engine has been shut off, it indicates no air pressure in the accumulator. In a hydraulic system that has a reservoir pressurized with turbine engine compressor bleed air, which unit reduces the air pressure between the engine and reservoir? Air pressure regulator. How would the air pressure change in the accumulator be determined if the engine is in op, but the system still has hydraulic pressure? Operate the hydraulic unit slowly and note the pressure at which a rapid pressure drop begins as it goes towards zero. Two types of hydraulic fluids currently being used in civil aircraft are mineral-based and phosphate ester-based. Extrusion of an O-ring seal is prevented in a high-pressure system by the use of backup ring on the side of the O-ring away from the pressure. Characteristics of mil-H-8446 hydraulic fluid are light purple color, phosphate ester based, fire resistant, butyl rubber seals. An emergency supply of fluid is often retained in the main hydraulic system reservoir by the use of a standpipe. The supply line is connected to the inlet of the main hydraulic system. An O-ring intended for use in a hydraulic system using MIL 5606 mineral-based fluid will be marked with a blue stripe or dot. What safety device is usually located between the driving unit and the hydraulic pump drive shaft? Pump drive coupling shear section. What function does the absolute pressure regulator perform in the pneumatic power system? Regulates the compressor inlet air to provide a stabilized source of air for the compressor. A pilot reports that when the hydraulic pump is running, the pressure is normal. However, when the pump is stopped, no hydraulic pressure is available. This is an indication of a leaking accumulator air valve. What happens to the output of a constant displacement hydraulic pump when the hydraulic system pressure regulator diverts the fluid from the system to the reservoir? The output pressure reduces, but the volume remains the same. What is used to flush a system normally serviced with mil-H-5606 hydraulic fluid? Naphtha or Varsol. In a gear-type hydraulic pump, a mechanical safety device incorporated to protect the pump from overload is the shear pin. What is the main purpose of a pressurized reservoir in a hydraulic system? Prevent hydraulic pump cavitation. Which is true regarding the ground check of a flap operating mechanism which has just been installed. If the time required to operate the mechanism decreases with successive operations, it indicates the air is being worked out of the system. How is the air in a hydraulic accumulator prevented from entering the fluid system? By physically separating the air chamber from the oil chamber with a flexible or movable separator. The primary function of a flap overload valve is to prevent the flaps from being lowered at airspeeds which would impose excessive structural loads. The purpose of a hydraulic pressure regulator is to relieve the pump of its load when no actuating units are being operated. The purpose of an orifice check valve is to restrict flow in one direction and allow free flow in the other. Hydraulic fluid filtering elements constructed of porous paper are normally discarded at regular intervals and replaced with new filtering elements. To protect seals from damage when installed over a threaded section, the threaded section should be covered with a suitable sleeve. One of the main advantages of Skydrol is its wide operating temperature. Phosphate ester-based hydraulic fluid is very susceptible to contamination from water in the atmosphere. After a hydraulic accumulator has been installed and the air chamber charged, the main system hydraulic pressure gauge will not show a hydraulic pressure reading until the fluid side of the accumulator has been charged. End of hydraulic and pneumatic power systems. Beginning of landing gear systems chapter. When a landing gear safety switch on a main gear strut closes at liftoff, which system is deactivated? Anti-skid system. When working with high pressure, high performance tires, why is it recommended to deflate the tires when removing wheels from the axle? To ensure safety in case of a defective wheel or broken tie bolt. The left brake is dragging excessively on an airplane on which no recent brake service work has been performed. The most probable cause is foreign particles stuck in the master cylinder compensating port. The correct inflation pressure for an aircraft tire can be obtained from the aircraft service manual. Which repair would require a landing gear retraction test? Gear downlock microswitch. If it is determined that spongy brake action is not caused by air in the brake system, what is the next most likely cause? Deteriorated flexible hoses. What safety device is actuated by the compression and extension of a landing gear strut? Ground safety switch. A brake debooster valve is installed in systems where the high pressure of the hydraulic system, 3000 psi, is used to operate brakes that are designed to work with lower pressure. Where is the landing gear safety switch usually located? On the main gear shock strut. At what point in the landing operation does normal skid control perform its function? When wheel rotation deceleration indicates an impending skid. When servicing an empty shock strut with fluid, the strut should be completely compressed and extended several times to ensure proper packing ring seating and removal of air bubbles. A pilot reports that the right brake on an aircraft is spongy when the brake pedal is depressed in a normal manner. The probable cause is air in the brake hydraulic system. What should be checked when a shock strut bottoms during a landing? Fluid level. The primary purpose for balancing aircraft wheel assemblies is to prevent heavy spots and reduce vibration. If the extended longitudinal axis of the main landing gear wheel assemblies intersects after the aircraft, the wheels can be termed as having toe out. Landing gear warning systems usually provide which of the following indications? Red light for unsafe gear, green light for gear down, and no light for gear up. Debooster cylinders are used in brake systems primarily to reduce the pressure to the brake and increase the volume of fluid flow. Aircraft tire pressure should be checked at least once a week or more often. An automatic dampening action occurs at the steering damper if for any reason the flow of high pressure fluid is removed from the inlet of the steering damper. Many brake types can be adapted to operate mechanically or hydraulically. Which type is not adaptable to mechanical operation? Expander tube type. In brake service work, the term bleeding brakes is a process of withdrawing fluid from the system for the purpose of removing air that has entered the system. The braking action of a Cleveland disc brake is accomplished by compressing a rotating brake disc between two opposite brake linings. How is equal pressure on both sides of the rotating disc assured? By allowing the caliper to float to automatically equalize as pressure is applied to the rotor. The removal, installation, and repair of landing gear tires by a holder of a private pilot certificate on an aircraft owned and operated is considered to be preventative maintenance. A stripe or mark applied to a wheel rim and extending onto the sidewall of a tube-type tire is a slippage mark. What is the purpose of the torque links attached to the cylinder and piston of a landing gear oleo strut? Maintain correct wheel alignment. Internal leakage in a brake master cylinder unit can cause the pedal to slowly creep down while pedal pressure is applied. To prevent a very rapid extension of an oleo shock strut after initial compression resulting from landing impact, various types of valves or orifices that are used which restrict the reverse fluid flow. In an anti-skid system, wheel skid is detected by an electrical sensor. Power boost brake systems are used on aircraft that have high landing speeds. Which of the following statements is true? An anti-skid system is designed to apply enough force to operate just below the skid point. Aside from an external leak in the line, what will cause parking brakes to continually bleed off pressure? An internal leak in the master cylinder. The hydraulic packing seals used in a landing gear shock strut are used only with a specific type of fluid. An electric motor used to raise and lower a landing gear would most likely be a split field series wound motor. Overinflated aircraft tires may cause damage to the wheel flange. If a brake debooster is used in a hydraulic brake system, its position in the system will be between the brake control valve and the brake actuating cylinder. How is it determined in a master cylinder brake system that all the air has been purged from the system? By depressing the brake and noting that the brake is firm and not spongy. Which statement is true with respect to an aircraft equipped with hydraulically operated multiple disc type brake assemblies? Do not set parking brake when brakes are hot. The metering pins in oleo shock struts serve to retard the flow of oil as the struts are compressed. The repair for an out-of-tolerance toe-in condition of main landing gear wheels determined not to be the result of bent or twisted components consists of inserting, removing, or changing the location of washers or spacers at the central pivotal point of the scissor torque links. In a brake anti-skid system, when an approaching skid is sensed, an electrical signal is sent to the skid control valve, which relieves the hydraulic pressure on the brake. Instructions concerning the type of fluid and amount of air pressure to be put in a shock strut are found in the aircraft manufacturer's service manual. Chines are used on some aircraft nose wheel tires to help deflect water away from the fuselage. The fusible plugs installed in some aircraft wheels will melt at specified elevated temperatures. So these fusible plugs, they're pretty much, once a tire gets like super hot from, if it's like skidding or whatever, something happens to the tire, the plugs will melt away and relieve the pressure before the tire just completely explodes. And this question was on my test actually, so it might still be on your test. Just make sure you know what fusible plugs are. When servicing an air oil shock strut with MIL 5606, the strut should be collapsed and fluid added at the filler opening. Extension of an oleo shock strut is measured to determine the proper operating position of the strut. When will a continuous horn provide a warning in the flight deck? When the throttle is retarded and the gear is not down and locked. Aircraft brakes requiring a large volume of fluid to operate the brakes generally use power brake control valves. What landing gear warning devices are incorporated on retractable landing gear aircraft? A horn or other aural device and a red warning light. Exposure to and/or storage near which of the following is considered harmful to aircraft tires? Fuel, oil, ozone, electrical equipment, hydraulic fluid, and solvents. When bleeding aircraft brakes, one of the indications that the air has been purged from the system is firm brake pedals. The pressure source for power brakes is the main hydraulic system. What action should be taken whenever maintenance is performed that will affect the landing gear system performance? The aircraft should be placed on jacks and a retraction test should be performed. Anti-skid braking systems are generally armed by a switch in the cockpit. The purpose of a sequence valve in a hydraulic retractable landing gear system is to ensure operation of the landing gear and gear doors in the proper order. Excessive wear in the shoulder area of an aircraft tire is an indication of underinflation. In shock struts, chevron seals are used to prevent oil from escaping. If a shock strut bottoms after it has been properly serviced, the strut should be removed, disassembled, and inspected. On all aircraft equipped with retractable landing gear, some means must be provided to extend the landing gear if the normal operating mechanism fails. Nose gear centering cams are used in many retractable landing gear systems. The primary purpose of the centering device is to center the nose wheel before it enters the wheel well. Lockout deboosters are primarily pressure-reducing valves that allow full debooster piston travel without fluid from the high-pressure side entering the low-pressure chamber. In most modern hydraulically actuated landing gear systems, the order of gear and fairing door operation is controlled by sequence valves. Anti-skid system is designed to sense the deceleration rate of every main landing gear wheel and release and reapply pressure at the slightly lower value when a skid is detected. A special bolt in a landing gear attachment requires a torque value of 440 inch-pounds. How many foot-pounds are required? So guys, you kind of got to know the conversion between inch-pounds to foot-pounds. So there's 12 inches in a foot. So 440 inch-pounds, if you divide that by 12, would give you the foot-pounds required. So it would be 36.6 foot-pounds or 440 inch-pounds. Just be careful on these questions. An amber light in a gear position indicator system typically indicates what condition? At least one gear is in transition. What is the minimum amount of time to wait for tires to cool before checking tire pressure in hot weather? 3 hours. What type of valve is used in brake actuating line to isolate the emergency brake system from the normal power brake control valve system? A shuttle valve. If an aircraft shock strut, air oil type, bottoms upon initial landing contact, but functions correctly during taxi, the most probable cause is low fluid. A close inspection of a fusible plug reveals the core has experienced some deformation. What is the appropriate maintenance procedure? Replace all the fusible plugs. Why do most aircraft tire manufacturers recommend that the tubes in newly installed tires be first inflated, fully deflated, and then reinflated to the correct pressure? To allow the tube to position itself correctly inside the tire. When installing a chevron type seal in an aircraft hydraulic cylinder, the open side of the seal should face the direction of fluid pressure. A sleeve, spacer, or bumper ring is incorporated in a landing gear oleo shock strut to limit the extension stroke. Excessive wear in the center of the tread of an aircraft tire is an indicator of overinflation. Debooster valves are used in brake systems primarily to reduce the pressure and release the brakes rapidly. What is the purpose of a compensating port or valve in a brake master cylinder of an independent brake system? Permits the fluid to flow towards or away from the reservoir as temperature changes. A high-speed aircraft tire with a sound cord body and bead may be recapped an indefinite number of times. The purpose of a relief valve in a brake system is to compensate for thermal expansion. If an airplane equipped with master cylinders and single disc brakes has excessive brake pedal travel, but the brakes are hard and effective, the probable cause is worn brake linings. The best safeguards against heat buildup in aircraft tires are short ground rules, slow taxi speeds, minimum braking, and proper tire inflation. What would be the effect if a piston return spring broke in a brake master cylinder? The brakes would drag. What action, if any, should be taken when there is a difference of more than 5 pounds of air pressure in tires mounted as duals? Correct the discrepancy and enter in the aircraft records. A pilot reports that the brake pedals have excessive travel. A probable cause is lack of fluid in the brake system. Which of the following conditions is most likely to cause the landing gear warning signal to sound? Landing gear not locked down and throttle retarded. How long should the aviation mechanic wait after a flight before checking tire pressure? At least 2 hours, 3 in hot weather. Which of the following functions does a skid control system perform? Normal skid control, fail-safe protection, locked wheel skid control, touchdown protection. On most aircraft, the oil level of an air and oil shock strut is checked by releasing the air and seeing that the oil is to the level of the filler plug. What is the function of a cam incorporated in a nose gear shock strut? Straightens the nose wheel. What is one effect a restricted compensator port of a master cylinder will have on a brake system? The restriction will cause slow release of the brakes. When an air oil type of landing gear shock strut is used, the initial shock of landing is cushioned by the fluid being forced through a metered opening. On an air valve core stem, what indicates high pressure type? An embossed letter H. An anti-skid system is an electro-hydraulic system. End of landing gear systems. Non-metallic structures chapter. Which fiber to resin percent ratio for advanced composite wet layups is generally considered the best for strength? 60-40. Laminated wood is sometimes used in the construction of highly stressed aircraft components. This wood can be identified by its parallel grained construction, which is an identifying characteristic of acrylic plastics. Zinc chloride will have no effect. How many fabric thicknesses will be found in a French fell seam? 4. What is the purpose of a gusset or gusset plate used in the construction and repair of aircraft structures? To join and reinforce intersecting structural members. Cabin upholstery materials installed in current standard category airplanes must be at least flame resistant. Composite fabric material is considered to be the strongest in what direction? The warp direction. Warp. Finishing type surface tape is used for what purpose? To provide additional wear resistance over the edges of fabric forming structures. Laminated wood spars may be substituted for a solid rectangular wood spars if the same quality of wood is used in both. Machine-sewn seams in aircraft covering fabrics may be of which of the following types? Folded fell, French fell, or plain lapped. In cases of elongated bolt holes in wood spar or cracks in the vicinity of bolt holes, a new section of spar should be spliced in or the spar replaced entirely. Compression failures in wood aircraft structures are characterized by buckling of the fibers that appear as streaks on the surface at right angles to the grain. A piece of sheet metal is bent to a certain radius. The curvature of the bend is referred to as the bend radius. Which of the following drill bit types work best when drilling an aramid fiber? Kevlar, composite laminate, carbide W point. The I-beam wooden spar is routed to reduce weight. The strength and stiffness of a properly constructed composite buildup depends primarily on the orientation of the plies to the load direction. A faint line running across the grain of a wood spar generally indicates compression failure. Which statement concerning wood decay is correct? Any form or amount of decay is not permitted. Fabric rejuvenator is used to restore the condition of dope coatings. Which statement about wood decay is correct? Decay is not acceptable in any form or amount. When dope proofing the parts of an aircraft structure that come in contact with doped fabrics, which of the following provide an acceptable protective coating? Aluminum foil and cellulose tape. When necessary, what type of cutting fluid is usually acceptable for machining composite laminates? Water only. A category of plastic material that is capable of softening or flowing when reheated is described as thermoplastic. Sandwich panels made of honeycomb construction are used on aircraft because this type of construction saves weight while not compromising strength. Which of the following conditions will determine acceptance of wood with mineral streaks? Careful inspection fails to reveal any decay. Fiberglass laminate damage not exceeding the first layer or ply can be repaired by filling with a putty consisting of a compatible resin and clean, short glass fibers. Repairing advanced composites using materials and techniques traditionally used for fiberglass repairs is likely to result in an unairworthy repair. Which of these methods may be used to inspect fiberglass/honeycomb structures for entrapped water? X-ray and backlighting. The preferred way to make permanent repairs on composites is by laminating on new repair plies. When installing transparent plastic enclosures, which are retained by bolts extending through the plastic material and self-locking nuts, the nuts should be tightened to a firm fit, then backed off one full turn. One of the best ways to assure that a properly prepared batch of matrix resin has been achieved is to have mixed enough for a test sample. When conducting a tap test on a composite panel, which of the following sounds would indicate delamination? A dull thud. The classification for high tensile strength fiberglass used in aircraft structures is S-class. When and how is finishing tape applied on a fabric-covered aircraft? doped on after the first or second coat of dope, which is considered good practice concerning the insulation of acrylic plastics. When rivets are used, adequate spacer or other satisfactory means to prevent excessive tightening of the frame to the plastic should be provided. The classification for fiberglass reinforcement material that has high resistivity is the most common is E-glass. Superficial scars, scratches, surface abrasion, or rain erosion on fiberglass laminates can generally be repaired by applying one or more coats of suitable resin, room temperature catalyzed, to the surface. One method of inspecting a laminated fiberglass structure that has been subject to damage is to strip the damaged area of all the paint and shine a strong light through the structure. Any wooden member that has been overstressed is subject to which type of failure? Compression. Which parts of semi-monocoque fuselage prevent tension and compression from bending the fuselage? Longerons and stringers. When inspecting a composite panel using the ring test / tapping method, a dull thud may indicate separation of the laminates. The length of time that a catalyzed resin will remain in a workable state is called the pot life. The strength classification of fabrics used in an aircraft covering is based on tensile strength. Moisture, mildew, chemicals, and acids have no effect on glass fabric. Glue deterioration in wood aircraft structure is indicated when a joint has separated and the glue surface shows only the imprint of the wood with no wood fibers clinging to the glue. Metal fasteners used with carbon/graphite composite structures must be constructed of materials such as titanium or corrosion-resistant steel. For doped and overlapping span-wise seams on a wing's leading edge, overlap the fabric at least 4 inches and cover with finishing tape at least 4 inches wide, with the tape centered at the outside edge of the overlap seam. Which of the following are generally characteristics of carbon/graphite fiber composites? Stiffness, high compressive strength, and corrosive effect in contact with aluminum. Fiberglass damage that extends through a laminated sandwich structure may be repaired. Where is the information found concerning acceptable species substitute for wood materials used in aircraft repair? AC 4313-1. Hole filling fasteners, for example, MS 20470 rivets, should not be used in composite structures primarily because of the possibility of causing delamination. The determining factors for the selection of the correct weight of textile fabric to be used in covering any type of aircraft is the speed of the aircraft and the maximum wing loading. Fungicide and mildewicide additives are important for fabric-covered aircraft, such as cotton and linen. Which of the following, when added to wet resins, provides strength for the repair of damaged fastener holes in composite panels? Flocks or chopped fibers? What is the material layer used within the vacuum bag pressure system to absorb excessive resin during curing called? Bleeder material. The cantilever wing uses no external bracing. When making repairs to fiberglass, cleaning of the area to be repaired is essential for a good bond. The final cleaning should be made using MEK, methyl ethyl ketone. The coefficient of expansion of most plastic enclosure materials is greater than both steel and aluminum. A potted compound repair on honeycomb can usually be made of damage less than 1 inch in diameter. Fiberglass laminate damage that extends completely through one facing and into the core requires the replacement of the damaged core and facing. When testing the strength of grade A cotton fabric covering an aircraft that requires only intermediate grade, the minimum acceptable strength the fabric must have is 70% of the original strength for intermediate fabric. When balsa wood is used to replace a damaged honeycomb core, the plug should be cut so that the grain is perpendicular to the skin. If an aircraft's transparent plastic enclosures exhibit fine cracks which may extend in a network over or under the surface or through the plastic is said to be crazing. Which statement is true regarding a cantilever wing? No external bracing is needed. What type of bit should be used to drill holes in plexiglass? A special modified twist drill. The strength of a well-designed and properly prepared wood splice joint is provided by the glue. When repairing large, flat surfaces with polyester resins, warping of the surface is likely to occur. One method of reducing the amount of warpage is to use short strips of fiberglass in the bonded repair. Servicing diagrams that show the arrangement of equipment and location of quick access doors on an aircraft can be found in the Aircraft Manufacturer's Maintenance Manual. What reference tool is used to determine how the fiber is to be oriented for a particular ply of fabric? A warp clock or compass. If a new safety belt is to be installed in an aircraft, the belt must conform to the strength requirements of which document? TSO C22. What is the most common method of cementing transparent plastics? The soak method. The monocoque fuselage relies largely on the strength of the skin or covering. The part of a replacement honeycomb core that must line up with the adjacent original is the ribbon direction. When patching a plywood skin, abrupt changes in cross-sectional areas which will develop dangerous stress concentration should be avoided by using circular or elliptical patches. Which type of monocoque structure has the skin reinforced by a complete framework of structural members? Reinforced shell. Which of the following are generally characteristic of aramid fiber Kevlar composites? High tensile strength and flexibility. How does acoustic emission testing detect defects in composite material? By picking up the noise of any deterioration that may be present. On a semi-monocoque fuselage, the skin is reinforced by longitudinal structural members called longerons and stringers. Proper pre-preg composite layup curing is generally accomplished by applying external heat and pressure. If no scratches are visible after transparent plastic enclosure materials have been cleaned, their surfaces should be covered with a thin coat of wax. Pin knot clusters are permitted in wood aircraft structure provided they produce a small effect on grain direction. Which of the following are benefits of using microballoons when making repairs to laminated honeycomb panels? Improved strength to weight ratio, less density, and lower stress concentrations. End of non-metallic structures chapter. Beginning of flight controls chapter. Stability about the axis which runs parallel to the line of flight is referred to as lateral stability. Where is the fuselage station number 137 located? 137 inches aft of the zero or fixed reference line. An airplane which has good longitudinal stability should have minimum tendency to pitch. The primary purpose of stall strips is to stall the inboard portion of the wings first. What physical factors are involved in the aspect ratio of airplane wings? Span and chord. An airplane is controlled directionally about its vertical axis by the rudder. The purpose of the vertical fin is to provide directional stability. The angle of incidence, that is acute angle formed by the angle of incidence is that acute angle formed by the line parallel to the wing chord and the line parallel to the longitudinal axis of the aircraft. Movement of an airplane along its lateral axis, roll, is also movement around or about the longitudinal axis controlled by the ailerons. If the travel of an airplane's controls is correct but the cables are rigged exceptionally tight, what probable effect will this have when flying an airplane? The airplane will be heavy on the controls. Buffeting is the imminent application of forces to a part of an airplane. It is caused by an unsteady flow from turbulence. During inspection of the flight control system of an airplane equipped with differential type aileron control, side-to-side movement of the control stick will cause each aileron to have a great up travel from the streamlined position, then down travel. An airplane that has a tendency to gradually increase a pitching moment that has been set into motion has poor longitudinal stability. If the control stick of an aircraft with properly rigged flight controls is moved forward and right, the left aileron will move down and the elevator will move down. The purpose of a wing slats is to reduce stalling speed. The purpose of spring tabs or servo tabs is to assist the pilot in moving the control surfaces. Excessive wear on both of the sides of a control cable pulley groove is evidence of pulley misalignment. If the control stick of an aircraft with properly rigged flight controls is moved rearward and to the left, the right aileron will move down and the elevator will move up. If the right wing of a monoplane is improperly rigged to a greater angle of incidence than designated in the manufacturer's specifications, it will cause the airplane to be off balance both laterally and directionally. Differential control on an aileron system means that the up travel is more than the down travel. An aircraft flight control trim system must be designed and installed so that pilot can determine the relative position of the trim tab from the cockpit. The correct dihedral angle can be determined by using a dihedral board and bubble level along the front spar of each wing. Placing a piece of cloth around a stainless steel control cable and running it back and forth over the length of the cable is generally a satisfactory method of inspecting for broken strands. The elevators of a conventional airplane are used to provide rotation about the lateral axis. Rigging and alignment checks should not be undertaken in the open. However, if this cannot be avoided, the aircraft should be positioned with the nose into the wind. Where does the breakage of control cable wires occur most frequently? Breakage usually occurs where the cables pass over pulleys and through fair leads. Where is the buttock line or butt line of an aircraft? It is a width measurement left or right of and parallel to the vertical center line. Which statement concerning the 100-hour inspection of an airplane equipped with a push-pull tube type control system is true? The threaded rod ends should be checked for the amount of thread engagement by means of the inspection hole provided. When the lift of an airfoil increases, the drag will also increase. Improper rigging of the elevator trim tab system will affect the balance of the airplane about its lateral axes. Dutch roll, a combination yawing and rolling oscillation that affects many swept-wing aircraft, is counteracted with a yaw damper system. The chord of a wing is measured from leading edge to trailing edge. A tension regulator in the flight control cable system of a large all-metal aircraft is used primarily to retain a set tension. Very often, repairs to a control surface require static rebalancing of the control surface. Generally, flight control balance condition may be determined by the behavior of the trailing edge when the surface is suspended from its hinge point. What type of flap system increases the wing area and changes the wing camber? Fowler flaps. An airplane's center of lift is usually located aft of its center of gravity, so that the airplane will have a nose-heavy tendency. the cable-operated control system of an all-metal aircraft not incorporating a temperature-compensating device has been rigged to the correct tension in a heated hangar. If the aircraft is operated in very cold weather, the cable tension will decrease when the aircraft structure and cables become cold. When inspecting a control cable turnbuckle for proper installation, determine that the safety wire ends are wrapped a minimum of 4 turns around the terminal end shanks. The dihedral angle of a wing may be measured by placing a straight edge and level protractor on the front spar. The acute angle formed by the chord line of a wing and the relative wind is known as the angle of attack. The universal propeller protractor can be used to measure degrees of flap travel. As the angle of attack of an airfoil increases, the center of pressure will move towards the leading edge. What is the smallest size cable that may be used in aircraft primary control systems? 1/8 inch. 1/8 inch. How are changes in direction of a control cable accomplished? Pulleys. A universal propeller protractor used to measure the degrees of aileron travel should be zeroed with the aileron in the neutral position. The angle of incidence of an airplane at rest does not change when in flight. Fairleads should never deflect the alignment of the cable more than 3 degrees. With which system is differential control associated? Aileron. The vast majority of aircraft control cables are terminated with swaged terminals that must be checked with a go, no-go gauge before and after to show compliance with the manufacturer's requirements after the swaging operation. If all instructions issued by the swaging tool manufacturer are followed when swaging a cable terminal, the resultant swage terminal strength should be the full rated strength of the cable. Washing in the left wing of a monoplane for purposes of rigging corrections after flight test will have what effect on the lift and drag of the wing? Both drag and lift will increase due to the increased angle of attack. If control cables are adjusted properly and the control surfaces tend to vibrate, the probable cause is worn attachment fittings. After repairing or recovering a rudder, the surface should be rebalanced to manufacturer's specifications. Movement of the flight deck control towards the nose-down position during a ground operation check of the elevator trim tab system will cause the trailing edge of the trim tab to move in which direction? Upward, regardless of elevator position. Proper wing twists in a sheet metal constructed wing can usually be checked by utilizing a bubble level and special fixtures described by the manufacturer. Okay. If a pilot reports that an airplane flies left wing heavy, this condition may be corrected by increasing the angle of incidence on the left wing or decreasing the angle of incidence of the right wing, or both. If the vertical fin of a single-engine propeller-driven airplane is rigged properly, it will generally be parallel to the vertical axis but not the longitudinal axis? Where would the aviation mechanic find precise information to perform a symmetry alignment check for a particular aircraft? Aircraft Service or Maintenance Manual. End of Flight Controls Chapter. End of Airframe Chapters Study Guide.